Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Today's show is sponsored by Staples. Hey, calling all parents and teachers at Staples. Your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button with Staples as low as 25 cents with supplies, as low as 25 cents, plus laptops of up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring today's Kale and Company. Kathy Barnett coming up in 4 minutes.
Celebrate the art of relaxation during the Spring Dance Hot Tubs Anniversary Sale, August 8th through Labor Day. Save up to $5,000 on in-stock luxury hot tubs from Hot Spring and Caldera, with additional savings for immediate delivery. Experience endless pool swim spas and swim all year round, starting at just $170 a month. Enjoy 50% off all endless pool accessories and save up to $2,000 on the only automated cover by Covana, the ultimate in spa elegance. Visit springdancehottubs.com for details. Financing available with approved credit. See stores for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Take that.
What's up? Y'all already know. Start turning the volume down. It is Kathy Barnett sitting in for our girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. You're listening to the #1 talk radio station in Philadelphia. I love saying this, but we also cover most of the mid-Atlantic states as well. So what's up, New Jersey? Hey, Delaware. What y'all doing over there, Maryland? Listen, we have another full day of some great people calling in. You guys, I'm sure you have seen my good friend, Batya Unger Sargon. She's going to be calling in the 11 o'clock hour, followed by my other really sweet friend. I adore her, Chloe Cole. You guys know her. She's been having meetings with Disney. She's been testifying before Congress. The girl has been bold trying to get people to realize the dangers of all of this transgender dysphoria and foolishness. But we're also going to be talking to a new friend, Allie Hopper, a new friend to me, but not to you guys, because I know you've been listening. I believe she's been on here with Dawn before. So we have a full day of great people calling in. But, I kind of wanted to kind of talk about some things that kind of popped into my Twitter feed last night. Again, I have really tried to spend as little time as possible on X.
Good idea there.
I mean, if you want to keep your sanity and your joy and your peace, I mean, if you are feeling some kind of way about life, your place in the world, I'm telling you, get off of Instagram. Stop spending so much time on Twitter. Facebook may be okay. It's still a little bit family oriented, but for the most part, I try to keep my head in my own life. I was telling someone it takes all my energy just to live my life. So if I'm trying to live my life, your life, trying to see what you're doing and keeping up with you, I just don't have the time for that kind of stuff, right? It literally takes all of my energy. From the moment I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to the moment I lay my head down, which is unfortunately quite late, I am running all day. And so anyway, but because of the business I'm in, I have to poke my head out there into Twitterdom sometimes. And yesterday, the first thing I saw, I'm sure you guys have probably seen this. I don't know if you guys have been talking about it, Dan. Let me know if anyone's been talking about this. But did you see the body cam footage? Did I send that link to you? You want to play that in a moment, but here's a police body cam footage of the store, the grocery store chain, which is headquartered up there in Michigan. Y'all know Michigan has fallen for the most part. But Michigan, this store headquartered up there called Myers. And when I lived in, I don't think I've seen a Myers here in Pennsylvania, right? But when we lived in Chicago, very close to Michigan, they were there. They're all over the place.
It was like the better Walmart.
It's you know what? It reminds me of Kroger.
Okay.
Is Kroger here? Giant.
Kroger,
giant.
Like an Acme. Like an Acme. Yeah, Giant, Acme.
Yeah, Giant.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
It's like a Giant. So, again, I've lived in Texas, so you have Kroger's. I lived in Chicago, so you have Myers. I've lived, and now I'm here in Pennsylvania, so we have Giant. So this is like a Giant for all of us here on the East Coast. And apparently there's this 16-year-old disabled young boy by the name of James who, when you're watching this, you can clearly see James, is suffering from some kind of disability, but looks like a sweet young boy. And they had the police come in, humiliate him, drag him out in handcuffs, because they said over 3 months of time, he has stolen what accounted to $110. Yeah, that's right. Over 3 months, $110. That's not even $50 a month over 3 months. And they humiliated this young man, put him in cuffs, dragged him off to jail, and the adults in that room were standing there because the body cam footage is kind of doing a sweep of the room. Listen to this, and if you're watching us on YouTube, you can actually probably see it.
Hello. Hey. So we have James here. Who's James? Right here. Right here. Okay. He is he works in our deli department. Okay. And we found out that he's just been taking like orders of chicken and fruit cups and stuff like that off the store for 110. Yep. All right. James, do you have anything on you need to be aware of?
Not
Don't
like
reach for it if you do. Don't reach for it if you do.
Okay, so I have a Sharpie and a box cutter in this pocket. All I have in this pocket is my phone and my earbuds, and then in my back pocket I have my wallet.
Right. Go ahead and stand up for me.
Okay.
All right, just go ahead and put your hand on the wall for me. I'm just gonna take everything out. We'll get it with you.
Put your hands on the wall. So now they're patting him down.
All this stuff yours? Like the box cutter, that's not my property or anything?
That should be my property.
Yeah, that is. So then I can stay here with them.
Yeah.
All right. Anything in your shoes or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and pause. I think you get the picture. You can go out there to Twitter. It was all over the place last night. So there's so many footage. I don't know. I'm watching it right now and I'm a little weepy. This is so sad. This is so sad. These are the same people that are constantly talking about tolerance, constantly licking their lips, talking about the children, the children. Remember Nancy Pelosi? It's all about the children as they're constantly harming and humiliating and just no grace, no kindness. Is this really America? Instead of a write-up, instead of an intervention, like, James, come here, young man. What's going on? Are you okay? Are you eating? Are you well? Is there anything we should know? No, they follow him over the course of 3 months, building up a case. And what do they have? $110. And the guy in the room, the manager, his arms all crossed, like, yeah, we got him now. Right? This isn't an organized crime, i.e. the Democrat Party. This isn't a theft on a grand scale. It's a teenage boy eating at work. And their answer to that is humiliation, handcuffs.
Put your palms together. Drop that. Put your palms together. Palms together. Palms together.
Palm together, palm together. I don't know. I just feel some kind of way about it. I see we have Ed. Okay, we have to go to break.
We can take Ed before break. We have time for him.
Okay, awesome. Ed. Hey, Ed. What's up?
Kathy Barnett, your opinion is sound, you're profound, and I'm so glad you're around.
Thank you, Ed. Our morning rhyme, our morning rap. Okay, guys, I'll see y'all on the other side.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all gotta stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next commercial break. And best to you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What the Biden administration did with respect to child trafficking is one of the great crimes in human history. Over 500,000 children were illegally trafficked into the country under the previous administration. When we've gone and looked for these children, Martha, the addresses that the U.S. government provided, in other words, the records that the government kept under Joe Biden, are all fake. Nobody ever checked if the addresses were real. Nobody ever checked if the sponsors were real. Nobody ever checked if they were really even relatives or parents or relations or safe. We recently recovered a young illegal alien, for example, who had been raped repeatedly by the adult male that the Biden administration handed to her. She was under constant video surveillance and was coached exactly what to say if an officer ever knocked on her door so that she would never be rescued. We have example after example. We go to homes, 13, 14, 15-year-old children who are raped on a daily basis because the Biden administration, because the Democrat Party chose to traffic them into this country.
My God, who is crying for these children? Who is crying for these kids? Whose heart is broken for these babies? You got me on that, Dan.
I'm so sorry, but
You got me on that.
no, it's
Who's crying for our babies? Who's crying for our children in this country? Everywhere you look, they are trying to steal the innocence of our children. Who's crying for them? Who's up late at night pacing the floor for them? These are the questions we should be asking. This is the reason why we must not go to sleep on this human trafficking that we have allowed to occur over the past 4 years. I mean, human trafficking is not new. But over the past 4 years under the Biden administration, it was done blatantly in your face. And if you question it, shut up, sit down, be quiet. You're a radical, you're a xenophobe, you're phobic of some sort. Who's crying for our babies? To help us get our mind around what is happening and what happened in our country under the Biden administration, what is happening today under the Trump administration. I want to welcome in my guest. She's not new to you guys, Allie Hopper. Hello, Allie. How are you?
Good. How are you doing, Kathy?
I am bawling. My heart is broken. My heart is broken. And we all remember Trump and others asking, where are the missing children that came into this country? IDs were thrown. I heard you on Martha McCallum talking about it, and you talked about when you and your partner went to the border, you saw IDs littered on the other side of the American border because people want new identities. You talked about little girls being raped. Who's crying for these children? Help us understand. Guys, I'm talking to Allie Hopper. She is the nationally recognized expert in human trafficking and the president of Guard Against Trafficking. And she has testified before Congress. Allie, help us put our mind around this.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking the right questions. We need to be asking these questions. And it's a horrifying reality, but the moment we stop talking about it, the moment we stop asking these questions, I mean, we're these children's only hope. We need to keep their voices alive. We need to be a voice for the voiceless. And we need to keep advocating for these children because if we don't, who will?
If we don't, who will? Over the past 4 years under the Biden administration, I mean, I recall people asking, kind of like a punctuation at the end of a sentence, kind of like a got you meme. Where are the missing children? But how did we fall as a nation? I guess you can ask that question about how did we, allow our kids to chemically castrate themselves and cut off healthy body parts. I guess we can ask that same question of the callous that has to kind of lay over our heart for our whole nation to just turn a blind eye.
Yeah, I think reflection is very important when we assess the past administration. Reflection is key because we need to understand what happened, how it happened, why it was allowed to happen, and why we aren't getting accountability right now. And this administration, Trump, he is working so hard to get those questions answered, to get accountability and to find these children. But we need to really understand where we were, put ourselves back to that time frame and understand where the American public was. We were being overrun at the border. Our borders were wide open. We were facing the fallout from COVID. We were facing economic disarray. Our families were struggling to put food on the table. Rates were skyrocketing. Food was becoming unaffordable. And so really the American public focused on survival and being able to provide for their families, which allowed for this administration to continue operations as normal until this administration took over, looked under the hood, and really forced the American public to see what had happened over those last 4 years with these children.
Absolutely. And we can cry, and I am crying. My heart is saddened right now. But what would you say if you had to give us, I'm I'm going to get into the questions in a minute, but that I had prepared for you. But if we, and again, yes, we need to reflect. We need to, cry for these children. But what else can we do right now in this moment?
That's a great question. So reflecting requires becoming aware that there's an issue. So there's still a group segment of people that refuse to acknowledge that this even happened. You can place reports, you can place testimony, you can place whistleblower statements, videos, photographic evidence in front of certain people, and still there is that unwillingness to recognize that this even happened. I don't know if it's because it's so horrible that the mind tries to shield people from this horrific reality, but A, we need to acknowledge that it happened. And B, what do we do about it? This administration is working so hard to find these children, but we really need to be communicating with our local law enforcement, our lawmakers at the local level, and encouraging them to work with this administration in finding these children, because it's going to take an entire team effort, and we can't just look to the top and expect them to fix all the problems.
Yeah.
We have to get up. We have to get involved. We have to encourage our local law enforcement and our local agencies and our state agencies to work with this administration and share some of the responsibility and effort to find these children. And then we also need to be a relentless force demanding accountability. So we're past the point of requesting. We are at the point where we demand, we deserve accountability, we deserve oversight, we deserve answers. And these were our taxpayer dollars that did this. So we can be horrified at what happened, but at the end of the day, we paid for it. Those are our hard-earned dollars that went into committing these horrific atrocities and committed to and contributed to trafficking of hundreds of thousands of children.
I was talking to Dan, the producer, before we walked in, and I was saying to him, these Democrats, and I really hate being partisan, because I know Republicans, we're not all the same. Over here on our side, Lord knows we're not perfect, but we're not Democrats right now. and I really hate being partisan, but it really does come down. I mean, like the reality. I live in the world of reality. And although I would love to be able to lock arms and sing Kumbaya and try to comb through differences, there are some hard demarcations staring us in the face. And one of those happens to be political affiliations. And I don't believe all Democrats are this way, but those who are leading the party and the mouthpiece of the party, they are as a whole unrepentant of a variety of things. For example, we're looking at right now, back then, 4 years ago, they were telling us, pulling on our heartstrings as Americans, saying, these people just want a better life. Let them come in. You're a xenophobe if you don't. You just want, I'm black, but they were like, they came close to saying I was a white nationalist, right? But they didn't. They would typically drop the word white nationalist to try to malign me. But the feeling was the same, that they were trying to shame me for saying we need to have a secure border. This isn't right. We don't know who's coming in. We don't know their motivations. That was 4 years ago. Today, the virtue signaling of the Democrat Party is, they're flying to El Salvador. They're standing outside of ICE detention centers. We just want to check. We love them, alligator, Alcatraz. Like, this is inhumane. These are humans. Nobody's illegal. Stop being phobic. Stop being, all of these different things. They're trying to, AOC did a Zoom conference where she was saying, you are human illegals, and these are the ways you can circumvent ICE, go into hiding. Let's create an alert system so so they're unrepentant as a whole. They have not learned the lessons. you talk to them, as you said, about these 500,000 children being trafficked and raped and murdered and just passed around from man to man, woman to woman at this point, little boys, little girls, all the same, and they're unrepentant. And what my fear is that when this is all, Trump, when this is all over, when Trump is no longer president, they're biding their time from the cartels to the Democrat Party and the NGOs. And once Trump is no longer in office, they will just go right back into where they left off because they're unrepentant.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So the inconsistency, and it isn't a partisan issue. It should be an issue that unites everybody because it affects all children, right? So we're not looking at the political affiliation of the child or even the family that comes across. We should be united in this issue and disavow any actions that harm children. But when you see certain representatives, certain lawmakers, and they're of one political persuasion, consistently advocating for the criminals, the cartel members, the gang members, but are silent when you're talking about the victims, the Laken Rileys, the Rachel Morans. There's so many of them that have fallen victim to the crimes committed by illegals that it's just a glaring echo of the inconsistent nature of their concern. So again, when you have these lawmakers advocating for the Abrego Garcias and going down to check on the well-being of a criminal, but didn't dare check on the well-being of some of these unaccompanied children, it just shows a very inconsistent, almost erring, on the side of hypocritical. The concern only extends to one party, and it's not the individuals that are innocent. It's the criminals that have committed these crimes. And when you look at the hearing from July 16th, I would encourage anyone that hasn't listened to the hearing, I would go back. That was an opportunity to show unity, not just a left versus right issue, but to show unity and a unified concern over these children. That hearing was about these missing children. And when a 3-hour hearing goes into 7 hours because one side stonewalls, makes motion after motion to deflect from the conversation, from the intent of the hearing, to bring in things like Epstein, where that was not the subject of this hearing. The subject of the hearing was on the children.
Right.
And you had an opportunity as a lawmaker, as a representative, to show that you care about these children and to remain focused on the issue and the subject of the hearing. But all you do is you distract and you stonewall. That showed the American people that even when given an opportunity to be a voice for these children, that they did not. They were trying to deflect. They were trying to distract. There were no meaningful questions about the well-being or welfare of these children, how to recover them in a meaningful way, how to help with these efforts. And so it was really heartbreaking to see because time after time, there are so many opportunities, missed opportunities for these parties to come together for the one thing that you would think that would unite all of us, and that's our children. And even then, even when you're focusing on children, the most innocent beings on earth, that fails to unite us. And that's what's heartbreaking about all of this. But I want to just make it very clear that we as the people see these actions, and it's our responsibility to take that into account when we reelect these people, when we decide that they're going to be our voice. Is that the kind of voice we want to represent us? The people that cannot and refuse to focus on missing children? Or do we want the stonewalling and distracting? Is that the kind of representative that we want that represents us? And so we need to remind ourselves and remember this when we go and we actually vote, that the platitudes and the promises that are given during campaigning are just that. But what are the actions that we see from our representatives that speak volumes above their platitudes? And so I just encourage the American people to remain steadfast. It is a heavy topic. There are many children still missing, but we are their only hope. And so we need to just remain steadfast in our resolve, in our dedication, and focus on oversight, accountability, and answers. And so we need to do what we can at the local and state level to support the federal level in their efforts to find these kids.
Yeah. Allie, are you able to hang on and come back after the break?
Yep.
Awesome. Hey, listen, when we get back, I wanna pivot a little bit because I'm sure you can look at what's happening at the border and these vulnerable children, and I'm sure you have a message on signs of vulnerability of our own kids, of my kid, of others' kids. And so I'm going to ask you that question when we get back on the other side of this to help us, make sure that our kids are not trafficked as well, because trafficking doesn't just happen to those kids, but they are happening among our own kids as well. So, Allie, stay there. If you want to call in, the number is 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. I'm Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Dawn Stensland.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my guys from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, who I had over the house a few months ago to get our AC unit summer ready. Well, if you haven't had your AC unit serviced yet, take my advice. Get it serviced, and get it serviced now. If Marvin E. Cann's feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit, Trane. It's hard to stop a train, as they say. MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Taxpayer dollars fueled a system hijacked by criminal networks. No-bid billion-dollar contracts were awarded with little oversight, while influx facilities became transportation hubs. A striking example is Endeavor's. Their IRS filings show revenue soaring from $65 million in 2019 to $1.18 billion in 2022, driven almost entirely by federal contracts. During this time, CEO John Allman's salary rose from $292,000 to $730,000, with six-figure executive surge bonuses added. Endeavor's ended 2022 with a $112 million surplus. Andrew Lorenzen Strait, a former Biden transition...
On top of that, Kathy, sorry to come in, but 65,000 calls to hotlines by these NGOs just left completely unanswered. And it's devastating what happened in that last administration, what you and Allie were talking about there.
Yeah. Hey, Allie. I'm back with Allie, everyone. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. I'm sitting in for our friend, my friend, your friend, Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show. And I have on the phone right now, Allie Hopper. She is nationally recognized expert in human trafficking and the president of Guard Against Trafficking, and has testified before Congress. And what you heard as we were coming back from break is a little bit of your testimony, Allie, when you were there before the House. And my question to you, as I was listening to that, and I heard you did a 2-part series with Martha McCallum on Fox News on just all of this, kind of putting our mind around human trafficking in its many forms. And as I was listening to that and listening to your testimony, I was thinking to myself, and I know it's kind of unfair and I know it's difficult for us to really know the true intent of another person's heart. However, I'm going to ask the question anyway, because it's a question we all ask. Why? Why did they allow this to be done? Clearly, these things are wrong. Is it a situation of them? I mean, like, was this done intentionally? Or is it just a reflection of their incompetence, or both? You've looked at this in a way that most of us will never look at it. What are when you walk away from this and ask yourself, why did they allow these things to happen? What are your thoughts?
That's a very good question. So it's hard to understand how this is allowed to happen, and truly understand it from being in a perspective of, oh, we're just trying to help these people. There's many ways to help people and do it in a meaningful and safe way. But when you look at the opportunities that were missed and the accountability that was not had, it's really hard to think that there's anything other than a nefarious intent, because it was just sheer incompetence, sheer negligence. And it happened on so many different levels in so many different agencies throughout a course of time, and with so many people voicing their concerns. How were those concerns able to be ignored for so long if you claim that it was just to help these people, just to help these children, but you were putting them in harm's way? And so we really need to ask ourselves these questions and really understand that I think it just goes beyond negligence. It goes beyond incompetence, because there were whistleblowers that came forward that voiced their concerns. There was a person that had visited a household that voiced concerns over the sponsor that was to take in one of these children. And I mentioned it in my hearing. When this individual voiced their concerns, they were dismissed. The concerns were that the sponsor was adorned in MS-13 tattoos, that there were numerous individuals in that household that appeared to be part of a gang. And when those concerns were voiced, those concerns were dismissed. And that child was placed in that household and was harmed. And that's where you can't claim incompetence. You can't claim that you didn't know, because when the evidence is put in front of you and you fail to investigate and you fail to address those concerns and you move forward anyways and a child is harmed, that is where it moves beyond incompetence and negligence, but complicitness. And we have a responsibility to look at the facts for what they are. When you establish a hotline, like I mentioned in the hearing, you establish a hotline for these children, community members to call in if they have a concern. And 65,000 calls go unanswered from August of 2023 to January of 2025. That is, again, beyond negligence. And it's just, it's horrible to think that those calls went unanswered, and so many children that were even able to make those calls, their concerns were unanswered. Their fears, their circumstances were ignored, and children were harmed in the process.
I have, I know you have to get ready to go. I just have 2 quick questions. I'm going to combine them in one and just let you speak on it. As now let's turn the spotlight to our own individual homes over here. Can you give us some signs of vulnerability that when we see these signs as parents, we should know whether it's grooming is taking place or our kids are vulnerable. And then lastly, guardrails. What are some concrete things we as parents should do this week?
Those, again, very insightful questions and very helpful for the American public to hear. As you said, this is an issue that goes beyond the open borders. It goes beyond the children that were unaccounted for in the system. There are many children, U.S. citizens, that are harmed and affected by human trafficking. And the signs are very challenging to spot if you don't know what to look for. So my first point that I would mention is to become aware of what grooming looks like. We use it in terms of, oh, I'm going to go get my dog groomed, or I'm being groomed for a position in a corporation, but really understanding what sexual grooming is of our children and understanding healthy boundaries, understanding what healthy communication is and where it starts to cross into unhealthy communication, harmful communication, and then explicit communication and conduct. And having those conversations with our children, having them within your households to start to know what the signs look like and to not be afraid to voice those concerns with your local law enforcement and with your children. One of the perfect examples of opportunities that bad actors and predators use is on the internet. And we've seen this week and last week a focus and a shift to focus on Roblox. And that's just one app. That's just one game of many that is used to groom and gain access to our children. And that's the white van at the end of the street, but it's in our living room. So when you hand your children a phone with unfettered, unvetted access to the internet, you are giving your child an open door and access for these bad actors to access your child. And so realizing that Roblox is just one app, just one game out of the thousands that exist out there, the thousands of opportunities that allow our children to be accessed by these bad actors, we need to look at what the reality is and act accordingly. That there needs to be safeguards in place for our children accessing technology. There needs to be awareness over the dangers that exist within our own household, within our living rooms, within our houses, and start to have these conversations on how to better protect our children. But in the meantime, we need to be aware that you can put every safeguard in place, but until you have these conversations with your children and they understand that no matter what happens, they can come to you and that you will deal with it and nothing is worth taking their life over, these are the conversations that need to be had. And I really appreciate, I don't know if you remember the DARE program.
Yes.
And what DARE did back in the day was that it broke down a conversation about drugs. And it was a very age-appropriate way to have a discussion about drugs with children, what the signs are, how to contact an adult when you see certain things. And we need to almost break down human trafficking, grooming, sextortion, and these terms into age-appropriate concepts for these children to start looking out for as far as being able to protect themselves and give them tools and the ability to combat this on their own within their communities and within our country, because it is modern day slavery. It's happening all around us, and the internet and AI has only made it worse. And by ignoring it, we only continue to encourage this problem to exist. The other thing that we need to do as a society is we really need to do some self-reflection and look inwards, because the United States is the highest buyer, one of the highest buyers of sex trafficking and child trafficking. Why is that? Why are we the highest buyer of this air quote commodity? Why are we the highest buyer of children for sex, of children for labor. And we have a heart problem. We have a morality problem. So we need to start looking into these issues, protecting our children, but start solving for why there is such that demand here in this country. And that is how we can start moving the needle on protecting our children.
Oh my goodness. Allie Hooper, I can talk. Am I pronouncing your name right? Hopper? Hopper. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Allie. Allie, I can talk to you all day. Oh my goodness. You are amazing. Thank you. I know people tell you this. Allie, thank you for crying for these children. And for putting out good information and for being bold. I know what bold looks like, and I know that it comes at a price. People don't always lay down the red carpet. So, Allie, thank you so much for being you and for deciding to step into this void.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for having me, and Dawn and Dan for spearheading this conversation. Again, it's so important, but I do want to remind your listeners, if they don't know, I did not study to go into counter human trafficking. I did not get a degree in this. Before I stepped into this world, I was just a mom. I was just a paralegal. I was just someone with a heart to protect children.
Yes.
And one action led to another, and it was a ripple effect of being able to make a difference, starting with introducing and getting passed an anti-grooming bill in Florida, Iowa, Arizona, Montana has one now, Georgia. And from there, that ripple effect just led to being able to speak on a larger scale about protecting children. But I want to remind your listeners that anyone can do anything in this fight to combat trafficking, to fight the crimes and the war on our children. And all it takes is you to tap into your skills, your God-given talents, and find a way to apply those talents and skills in this fight, because it's going to take all of us.
Yes.
And we need to decide how we're going to stand in this moment. So I just wanted to thank you guys.
Wow. Allie, thank you so much. How can people find you?
So our website is guardagainsttrafficking.org. We are a nonprofit. My business partner and I co-founded the organization. We have a lot of good resources on there, educating people about the different types of human trafficking, about sextortion. And we speak across the country to lawmakers, law enforcement, and communities at large. So I would encourage people to go to the website and to follow us on social media.
Absolutely. Wow. I'm so glad you and I met today. Thank you so very much for your time. I appreciate you, Allie.
I appreciate you guys too. Thank you so much.
Yes, blessings. Oh my goodness, guys. Her story is my story.
Wow.
Her story is so many of our stories, right? I mean, I'm just a stay-at-home mom, homeschooling my kids, trying to live the best version of my life. And I look around and I said, my God, what is going on? We need better people representing us. People who are not, one, stupid, two, not morally compromised, who know the difference at that time between a man and a woman. Talk about grooming. All of this is grooming. I see y'all on the other side. Call me 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about an exterior home remodeling project, right now is the perfect time. For the month of August, take advantage of 24-month interest-free financing. On top of that, August is the final month to take advantage of 20% off all siding. So whether you want that fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman completes every project with such care and precision. And they always go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, options, that are best going to fit your home and your budget. Don't put it off. Take advantage. 24 months interest-free financing and 20% off today. Call them 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Summer is here, and the good times are calling. It's the perfect moment to swing by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $2 off your summer favorites, like El Jimador Silver Tequila, Herradura Blanco Tequila, and Herradura Reposado Tequila. Perfect for backyard get-togethers or beach days. And while you're there, don't forget to grab a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Chill, sip, and celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's LL number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. What an amazing concept, right? Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30, book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Call Bob's to book their co-ed shooting event Sunday, August 24th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10,000, $50,000, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Woo! I love it. I'm a bee. Hey, what's up, Pennsylvania? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett. I am sitting in for my double good girlfriend, who's also your friend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. And we're going to pivot a little bit. I know that first hour was heavy. Because when you start talking about our children, oh, yes. Oh, yes. We feel some kind of way, right? And so, but we're going to pivot a little bit. And now I want to introduce my good friend, Batya Unger Sargon. Hi, Batya.
Hi, Kathy. It's so amazing to be here with you. You're one of the people that I admire most on this planet. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, wow, Batya. That says a lot, girl, because you are on fire. I watch everything you post out there on Twitter. When you're going into Bill Maher's den, when you're going onto CNN, MSNBC, all these other legacy media outlets, and you're just speaking truth. And I am just like, yes and amen. I agree with what you're saying. Guys, Batya Unger Sargon, she's a journalist and author. She has written a number of great books. You should go out there, put her name into anywhere books are sold, but I always go to Amazon. Put her name out there. You will find her, and you will be the better for it. You can also find her on Twitter. What's your handle, Batya?
It's at Bunger Sargon, and I'm also on Instagram at Batya US.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, yesterday when I went to your Twitter page, because like I said, I watch everything you post out there, and I saw one of your older posts when you went into Bill Maher's den, and you called yourself a MAGA lefty. And I'm like, a MAGA left? What's a MAGA lefty? What is a MAGA lefty, Batya?
So it's my view that left versus right have really gotten scrambled, and they don't really describe America's political tribes anymore.
Sure.
That's how I see it, which is why because to me, I look at Donald Trump and I say to myself, like, okay, what is his agenda? If I had to boil it down to, let's say, 3 main planks, I would say his agenda is he's anti-war. Obviously, he just hates war, and he's extremely proud of bringing an end to bloodshed whenever he can. I would say that he's a protectionist on the economy. He does not really believe in free trade and open borders. He believes really in protecting the value of the American worker by limiting competition, both in terms of trade and in terms of illegal labor. And then I would say he's not really a social conservative. He's a social moderate. So he has a deep respect for religious people and where they're coming from. But his social agenda is also it's extremely tolerant. So he's quite pro-gay, supports gay marriage. He believes abortion should be a states' rights issue. He doesn't support a national ban. He's more moderate than the traditional Republican Party. So I look at that and I say, okay, well, who else was anti-war, protectionist on the economy, pro-worker, and socially moderate? I mean, the person who really comes to mind is FDR. I mean, that was the Democrats' winning agenda that they used to win for almost a whole century until they abandoned it. And they said, no, to be left now doesn't mean being anti-war. It doesn't mean being pro-worker. It means being, pro-9th month abortions. It means being pro-trans for everybody, as Donald Trump would call it. not being, supporting the dignity of gay people, but full on, trans women in women's bathrooms, trans women in women's sports. It means policing people's language. It means obsessing over race, right? That they redefined what it meant to be left to be something that appeals to their new base, which isn't labor, but it's the over-credentialed elites. So I don't consider that really being left. I think Trump has inherited the pro-worker energy that used to define the left. So to me, that's what it means to be a MAGA lefty. Like, I really, really love this president's agenda because I think it is really built around giving dignity to the littlest among us, which is basically my whole worldview.
You know what? And I don't necessarily disagree with you. Now, I was the first person that the media decided to use the label ultra MAGA on. No one remembers that, but they used that word ultra MAGA on me when I ran against Dr. I was the first time. That was the first time. And they said that to be a blight against me. They said it to shame me. But of course, I'm like, yeah, I own that. I am ultra MAGA. I am, and I remember first they labeled me and then they asked me to define it. And so they said, well, what do you think ultra MAGA mean? I said, I don't know, maybe gas at $1.10. Like, it's an economy that is healthy and balanced. That seems pretty ultra MAGA to me. But,
so funny.
But I am a conservative. I don't even know if I fit perfectly within the Republican Party, although I will never vote Democrat again. So I'm left to voting for one or the other party. And I find myself, kind of at odds with the Republican Party in some respects, but I believe it's our job to perfect the party. But I'm a conservative, and so I'm not a lefty at all. I'm MAGA. I'm an original OG MAGA. And yet, I say all of that to say, I don't necessarily disagree with what you just said. I am anti-war. I am willing to fight when we need to fight. What was that saying? Speak softly and carry a big stick. I am that person, right? If we can sit down with our friends and have a conversation like what Donald Trump just showed the world with Putin, let's sit down versus the previous administration, Biden's administration. It was, no, let's not talk to a very powerful nuclear armed country. Let's just call him a thug and a thief and malign him every chance we get. Donald Trump has shown us the opposite. We have strength, but I'm going to sit down and have a conversation. And I agree with that. And I think most Americans agree with that.
100%. I think, if Trump really embodies this new peace through strength model, the Biden administration was sort of war through weakness, right? Like, they telegraphed to our enemies that we were weak, and so they waged war across the globe. Kathy, I think what's so beautiful about the MAGA movement is that it really actually truly is a big tent. I don't always agree with the president. I don't always agree with the decisions he makes. But if I say something, which, I'm not a politician, I'm a journalist, and so I have to say where I dissent, that's my job. People are not vicious. They say, that's interesting. I don't see it that way. Yeah. And then move on. And I have to tell you, like, when I was on the left, if you dissented in the tiniest way, if you, for example, said, well, I think slavery was horrible, but I don't believe America is still a white supremacy, it was like, to the gulag with you,
Yes.
One of your friends would publicly denounce you publicly. People who you had known for years, for decades, would be on Twitter being like, I don't know what happened to this person. She used to be good. Here are some private emails she sent me when we were friends. Horrible. And it is so different to, I come out very clear where I'm coming from, and people in the MAGA movement have been so welcoming to me.
Absolutely.
Just beyond. Really a really wonderful, wonderful movement that just expresses the best of America, I believe.
And I agree, since I'm a part of that OG MAGA. I was MAGA before Trump. I was all about making America great again before 2016 when he walked down that escalator. And so I agree. It's always been about less rigorously. I mean, you have a way you want to live your life. It's kind of like with teaching our children about homosexuality in the schools. That was one of the many defining issues that my husband and I took with the public school system, and we decided to homeschool our kid because when I went to have a conversation with the counselor and the teacher, it wasn't one of my perspective is, listen, if I have no problems with gay people. You want to be gay. I don't care. That's none of my business is how I generally see it. You like it. I love it. Go about your business. The problem I have is when you take how you want to live your life and then walk outside of your doors and now try to shove it down my throat or my children's throat and try to normalize something without having a conversation about it. I have a problem with that.
I totally agree. I really think, the idea of what you see in Randy Weingarten, where she calls them like our kids, and they think it's their job to rescue kids from conservative parents by indoctrinating them into woke Marxist ideology, that fills me with disgust. The idea that it is anybody's job to educate a child about things like sexuality and gender except the parent themselves fills me with disgust. And, it's on the gender stuff. It's on the race stuff. I have a friend whose kid is the only black kid in a public school in New York and routinely comes home and tells his father, like, chilling stories about how the teachers are trying to convince him that he's oppressed. He's 9 years old. So it's and having, it happens to be my friend obviously is like a great father and manages to push back a lot, both on the administration and to teach his kid like that this is nonsense. But, a lot of parents are not as on top of this. And you just you create a mindset in a child that's going to affect them for the rest of their life of inferiority. And it's horrifying to me. Horrifying to me. I totally agree with you.
Absolutely.
And I really I remember the smearing of the Don't Say Gay bill, which was effectively said basically, you're not allowed to tell another person's children about sex and trans and gay until they're in the third grade. Like the most obvious banal thing, and the media lost it because it turned out that actually most Democrats want this law for their kids. So I'm completely on the same side as you on this, Kat.
I know, right? Hey, listen, I have to take a break. I'm coming up to a hard break. Do you have time to stay over for another segment?
Sure.
Awesome. I know I should have asked you that before. What are you going to say? No? Thank you, Batya. I appreciate you. Hang on one second, my friend, and I will be right back. Guys, if you want to jump into this conversation, feel free to do so. 855-839-1210. 839-1210. I see you on the other side.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Orosine totally free.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Boom! Hey! Oh, thank you guys so much for listening. I am sitting in for my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. This is Kathy Barnett. You can find me out there on Twitter every now and again. Like I tell you guys, I'm spending less and less time out there. It's just, it's the wild, wild west some days. But you can find me at Kathy4Truth. And I have my other good girlfriend, Batya Ungar Sargon, journalist and author, on the line with us. And such a fascinating conversation because you're absolutely correct, Batya, that on this side of the aisle, you know, I remember back in the day that, you know, the left was constantly calling for tolerance, tolerance, tolerance. And what we found is that these are some of the most intolerant people you will ever meet in your life. The moment you shift even a little bit from their narrative and how they see things, they're willing to just destroy the relationship. They want to have nothing to do with you. And even in my own family, by the grace of God, I've been able to, keep it all together. Outside of my own home, we're all conservatives. But outside of my home, as a Black person, the majority of my family are Democrats. And it is a constant, at one point, battle of them saying, oh my God, I remember little Kathy. She used to be so sweet. What happened? But it's very true. This side of the aisle, we are not perfect, but there is an openness to have conversation.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, obviously there's like some, infighting on the right, the DeSantis primary, people against Trump. It got a little bit ugly for a while, but my experience has been really blessed. And, that's even when I'm saying things that I know not everybody agrees with. I just think that as long as that perspective, like we're not the left, we allow dissent and debate here, can prevail. I think that's just very promising for where the right is going. For a long time, the left was actually felt like it was sort of cut out of political power. I'm talking like in the 80s and the 90s, where you had like Reaganism, and the left really felt like, that's it, we've lost political power. And so what they did was they focused all their energy on cultural power. And they really got it. They took over all the cultural institutions. The culture was very, very left wing. And then with President Obama, they started to rise politically and gain political power. And so for a moment there, they had control both of political power and of cultural power. And it created this insane narcissism. And also, like, they got power, they got high from it. They thought, we'll never have to compete again, right? Like, they became convinced that the Republicans were dead and they were never, ever going to have to fight for power, and that it was really their birthright. That was kind of the perspective that took hold. And then came President Donald Trump, and the right suddenly stole the political power back from the left, but they still had the cultural power, right? So this is like 2016, 2017, 2018 through 2020, 2021, the moral panic around race. They really controlled the narrative and all the cultural institutions, the novels, the media, the movies, the TV shows. But Kathy, guess what? They are losing control of the culture, and they know it, and they are freaked out about it because Donald Trump made being a conservative cool. It's now cringe and lame and old.
I know.
A liberal and a Democrat, and it's edgy and cool to be a conservative.
Yes.
And I never thought I would see it. And it's so awesome. And the culture that the left is putting out is absolute crap. No one watches it. It's pure ideology. And meanwhile, you're having this new cultural renaissance on the right, and it's just a very exciting time.
I have two quick questions for you. One, yes, I agree. They are losing their mind. They have lost the plot. And I find that those kind of people, kind of like putting a dog in a corner, are very dangerous because they would do anything to get out of that corner. And I find that this is a time when we need to be very sober. That's why I love watching what you're putting out. We need to be very sober. We need to be very articulate about what it is we believe, why we believe it. And we need to use this opportunity to speak truth and to speak it as clearly with as much compassion as we can muster, because I think they're dangerous because they have lost political power right now as well as the culture.
Yes, I think you're totally right about that. They have this kind of like, like a sinking ship, where you'll kind of do anything. And instead of thinking like, just rationally, okay, how do we recover? There is this feeling of like, the sinking ship and trying to like drag people down with you. I volunteer with this guy who's from South Korea, and he was telling me that there's an expression, I don't remember it, in South Korea where it's like, if I go down, I'm bringing you down with me.
Yeah, basically.
I think that's kind of the energy you're seeing on the left right now. You have someone like Gavin Newsom, who stands for absolutely nothing, Kathy. Like, he's literally like he's now copied Trump's tweets, but if you ask him about it, he'll say, well, it's horrible that he tweets this way, and that's why I'm doing it, right? Like, and their message is always the same. When Republicans do it, it's a sin. When we do it, it's a virtue. It's the same thing with the gerrymandering. They're cheating, so we have to do it too, and it's a virtue when we do it, right? Like, this is how they think about everything. Like, they have no values. If Donald Trump says something, they have to say the opposite. But it's evil when he does something, and then we're going to copy him and try and do it also, and then it becomes laundered into, like, virtue. It's so sick, and it's so sad that, like, this once great party has fallen to, like, you know, now it's embodied by this person, Gavin Newsom, who's effectively just pure ambition.
Oh my goodness, they are fantasizing him right now. You know, the videos of him walking out and smiling, and you just look. And now I just saw a Google poll, or on Google, I saw a poll that he is the leading potential presidential candidate. And again, this man is like, you have a mask, whatever the mask is, his face will morph into it. I think that's like a Chinese proverb. Like, whatever the mask you hand to him, his face will morph into it. He is vacuous. There's nothing. He's hollow. He's whatever he needs to be in that moment. But you're right. He is like a poster child for these people right now.
Completely, yeah. I think the real betrayal was on the trans issue, because you saw this happening in real time, to where he wanted to come off as a centrist. So we had Charlie Kirk, who I love, on his podcast, and he admitted to Charlie it is deeply unfair to allow trans people to compete against women. He said, yes, it's unfair. Admits it. We've gone too far. Admits it. We've destroyed the lives of these girls who are forced to compete against men. Okay, great. A piece of legislation comes up in California put forth by the Republicans to ban trans people from women's sports. You would think that this person who just tried to curry favor with the center and with independents and to come off as normal on this issue and represent where 80% of Americans are would help the legislation get through, right? Apparently he believes in it. What are you supposed to do when you believe in something? Pass legislation? He does nothing. He sits on his hands and he lets it fail. And that is Gavin Newsom.
Yes. Hey, listen, I want to ask one really quick question, 30 seconds if you got it in you. Right now on Twitter, it's all about these, I'm assuming, gay men, gay cheerleaders, doing the most out there on the field as a cheerleader. I know you say you are part of your MAGA leftist is that you're kind of, a social moderate. What is your take on these gay men as cheerleaders doing the absolute most and being flamboyant with all of the cheers and all that?
I have to say, it's not my favorite thing. Like, to me, a male cheerleader is the guy, the big, brawny guy who's like chucking the girls up into the air and catching them, like it's a very gender thing. I remember when I was I was 11 years old and I wanted to become a cheerleader. My parents were like, absolutely not. No way is our daughter doing that. And I was so mad at them, but they were just like, no, you're not going to be prancing around like that. They're very religious. We're a very religious family. And they just felt that was like completely against the values of modesty that they were trying to instill in me. Somewhat unsuccessfully, I shudder to admit, but basically like that. And when I was coming up, it was a very gendered thing, and you had the brawny cheerleader boy, who was in charge of like doing these amazing feats. But the point of him was he was able to get the most out of the girl cheerleader, but also protect her. And I thought that was like a really beautiful addition to the sport. And when I see these like gay guys dancing like as if they're one of the girls, like to me, it's not, I don't like it. Like, it's not, I mean, I don't know that I find it like really outrageous, but it's not something I enjoy watching, I have to admit.
Batya, I am here to inform you, you are a conservative MAGA girl. Now, when you go on Bill Maher again, you may want to keep that tagline, MAGA lefty, but I am here to inform you, my friend, you are a conservative. Boom. There you go. I adore you, Batya. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, I adore you. God bless you, Kathy. We'll talk soon.
Yes. Okay, guys. Woo! I'm telling You just can't go by the labels people give you. You just got to listen to them, ask them the right questions. Boom. And then you realize, girl, you're a conservative, okay? You a conservative. I feel the exact same way. Men should be there to support women, not out there just acting like the horrible fake version of a woman. It's too much. It looks weird. Yes, there are roles. Yes, gender is real. I know you want to make it up in your mind. It's a construct. No, it's a real thing. So, hey, there you go. MAGA lefty is really a conservative. See y'all on the other side.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Cloudy overnight, 66 the low. We're expecting some showers later on. Showers tomorrow with a high of 77. Thursday, temperature's still going to remain pretty cool with a high of 72. Some showers in the morning, but then we'll see some sunshine. Friday, 82 and sunny, and it looks like Saturday is going to be a great day as well.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm so excited. I just had a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. Now, our lower level does have poor ventilation and ductwork. So this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer. Larry and I, of course, share an office and studio. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Marvin E. Cans, Marvin E. KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th
200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Wait. What's up, Pennsylvania? I was just telling Dan a few moments ago that, it feels like 15 minutes flat. My 2 hours each hour feels like 15 minutes. That's how quickly it is moving. I am sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. This is Kathy Barnett. You can find me out there on Twitter at Kathy4Truth. Hey, listen, let me tell you guys, this Thursday, today is Wednesday, so tomorrow on August 21st, I am going to be at Berks County Patriot. Yes, their doors open up at 5 p.m. The meeting starts at 6:30. I am going to be there. This is Berks County Patriot. It's going to be in off of Cuckstown Road in Temple Fire Ballroom. So anyway, just wanted to let you guys know that if you want to be there, make sure you come up and let me know that you listen to me on the radio. I have a gift to give you if you do that. Okay, anyway, I want to turn to, let me tell you, I adore this young lady, Chloe Cole. I know y'all know her. She is an activist. She was minding her own business growing up, got kind of pulled into the whole transgender dysphoria. By the age of 15, she had the surgery to remove her breasts. Not long after that, she realized, I'm not a boy. I'm actually a girl, and I've been harmed. And I happened to meet her. I was following her story long before I met her. And then I met her while I was out on the campaign trail with Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek allowed her to spend time on the campaign trail with me in Iowa. And I had the opportunity of just getting to know her a little bit better, spending a lot of time together, going around, sharing her story, and watching her do her utmost to encourage parents and grandparents to wake up and to protect their children. Chloe, thank you so much for being on.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, I saw you not too long ago out there on Twitter. You are a woman now.
Yes, I just turned 21 a few weeks ago, and it feels good that I've made it this far.
Yes, I could see when I met you, I think you were 18. And
yeah, it must have been 18 or 17.
Yeah, 17 or 18, and you look like a little girl. And then I saw you a couple of days ago out on Twitter, and I was like, oh my gosh, Chloe is a woman now. She looks like you're just beautiful, and just radiating with just so much light and hope. And it really warmed my heart to see that.
Well, it's really sweet. I really appreciate it.
I was reading, as I'm often doing, and I saw that more than 20 clinics have changed course in response to President Trump, in response to the political shift in winds right now, in response to increasing legal challenges. But roughly 20 clinics are closing their doors all across the nation. And when I saw the name Kaiser Permanente, I thought about you, because isn't that the clinic, or isn't that the hospital, the umbrella that you walked into and started you down that path of transitioning, quote unquote?
Yes, Kaiser was my healthcare provider at the time that performed every single one of these treatments, including the surgery, and seeing all of these clinics shut down their operations for children, to see Kaiser shut down their surgeries for minors is something that personally has been just monumental and really, really fulfilling. And I don't think this would have happened without the many voices, not just mine, but also of the hundreds, thousands of other kids, other young people in my generation who've been directly harmed by this, and the parents and the whistleblowers coming out. We wouldn't be here today.
You know, and as I was reading about Kaiser shutting down and 20 others across the nation shutting down, and the reason they gave for them shutting down is not because they said, you know what, we really did harm to children. We mutilated children, or we chemically castrated little boys. We've permanently altered the direction their life was headed on. We are wrong, and we now know it, and we are repenting. Forgive us. It's not that. It is, the political winds have shifted. Donald Trump's in office. And I don't know. I feel some kind of way about that.
The only thing that they're giving into is political pressure. They don't genuinely believe that what they're doing is wrong. They're only doing this because we're attacking their funding. But these shutdowns and these pauses are just that. They're pauses. Mm-hmm. They are not intended to be permanent measures. Mm-hmm. And that's why we need to ensure that we create laws that codify this, that make it so that these treatments are, this abuse of children in the medical system is illegal in all 50 states and federally. All of these executive orders that Donald Trump is issuing, including the ones that are targeting the funding of these hospitals and clinics, they are incredible first steps, but they need to be codified into the law.
It's not enough. And this is where we have to turn to the Republican legislators to tell them to stop living high off the hog, going on Fox News, beating their chest. Donald Trump's doing all the work. He's doing all the heavy lifting. And they barely have done anything. Yes, they finally got the big, beautiful bill passed, but that was barely. And they haven't really done much else except for go on fundraising campaigns. We need our legislators, and we as people must demand that they actually start codifying the things Donald Trump has done.
And in the big, beautiful bill that you mentioned, there was a clause for gender that they completely removed.
Republicans removed it. What was it? Would it have codified the protection of our children?
Yes. I believe it was another measure targeting funding. Mm-hmm. And it could have been huge. That being said, there are still a lot of wins that are happening, such as with the HHS and even the Federal Trade Commission. Entire federal organizations I never would have thought would have gotten involved in this fight are now battling against it, and there's an investigation that is currently ongoing by the FTC on these procedures, on consumer fraud and damages.
You know, one of the things that concerns me, and it's something that I was guilty of in 2016, we worked really, really hard to get Donald Trump elected in 2016. Donald Trump won, and we in the party kicked our feet up and said, well, we've done our job. Right. And we just looked at Donald Trump to do everything. And then 2020 happened and hit all of us in the mouth, in the throat. And then we're like, Lord, give us another chance. And we get Trump in office again. We'll never stick our head back in the sand. And what I'm watching are people like, OK, well, I'm going to go take that vacation now and relax. Now is not the time to relax. Again. I'm sorry.
Making the same mistake again, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I fear that there's so many out there who just think that our job is done already, that we've already done all the work, and they're just stopping right before we're at the finish line. And with this in particular, with this abuse and this ideology that's infected pretty much all of our institutions, we've barely even started. We barely even started to scratch the surface. We still have half the United States to go in terms of legislation. We still don't really have any federal legislation on this. And we can't just stop here.
Yeah, we can't.
We need to keep the momentum going.
Absolutely, right?
Until this is completely illegal, and this is not happening to a single child ever again in the U.S.
Yeah. Until it's completely illegal and just unthinkable to cut off the healthy breasts of a young girl or to chemically castrate a 10-year-old boy. That should just be anathema. Like, what are you thinking, you pervert, is how we should see this. And instead, my fear is that in 3 years, when Trump is no longer in office, these people will blow back onto the scene like a bad case of herpes. Like, it's just going to be horrifying to the rest of us.
And that's their plan.
Just wait it out.
Yes.
We got to, when they go low, we got to kick them in the mouth. That's my motto.
I think so.
Just because they're quiet.
They're just waiting till midterms. They're waiting till the next election to get back in power, and potentially we could be at an even worse point then if we don't continue to fight this.
I agree. Last question. I read that there are over 300,000 children in America identifying as trans. That blows my mind. That tells me our children are being targeted and groomed.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was higher even. I've been to so many places across the U.S. and even abroad now. Every community I've been to, whether it be at a high school, a college, a church that I'm speaking at, even at state capitals, I see a lot of trans-identified children and young people who are struggling with this part of themselves. And I even meet a lot of parents, grandparents, and family members who are wrestling with their kids, who are wrestling with their friends and trying to help get them on the right track. And this has been every single place I've been to.
Wow.
It just goes to show how widespread this is.
It is.
And even in the most unexpected of places, even in the most even
church.
in the reddest states, even in the most rural conservative communities, this has happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Chloe, Cole, thank you so much. How can people find out more about you?
You can primarily find me on social media.
Yes.
My username is CHOOOCOLE, Cole, or you can also look me up by looking up Chloe Cole on X and Instagram, and I'm on YouTube as well.
Yes, you are beautiful, Chloe, and it just really warmed my heart to see you, girl. Keep glowing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, blessings. Okay, guys, my last little few minutes. If you want to call in and say something, now's the time. 855-839-1210. I see y'all on the other side.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. This summer, Piazza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, and more savings. For a limited time, get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or CX-90. That's just 1.9% financing plus available low lease offers. Discover how Mazda has more to move you. Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Piazza Mazda of Reading, or online, piazzamazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Celebrate the art of relaxation during the Spring Dance Hot Tubs Anniversary Sale, August 8th through Labor Day. Save up to $5,000 on in-stock luxury hot tubs from Hot Spring and Caldera, with additional savings for immediate delivery. Experience endless pool swim spas and swim all year round, starting at just $170 a month. Enjoy 50% off all endless pool accessories and save up to $2,000 on the only automated cover by Covana, the ultimate in spa elegance. Visit springdancehottubs.com for details. Financing available with approved credit. See stores for details.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Retirement. Exciting, but also kind of scary. How do you create that paycheck to do everything you want to do? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, guys, this is it for today. These 2 hours feel like 15 minutes. I'm telling you, it goes by so quickly when you're having fun and talking to good friends. Hey, listen, I wanted to leave you guys with Mark Twain's advice on growing old. At his 70th birthday party on December 5th, 1905. He gave a speech, and there was not a dry eye in the room. But here's his advice. It's pretty long. I'm just going to sum it up. Here's his advice on growing old. You can't reach old age by another man's road. You have your own road in front of you. You can't do what you go on YouTube. Everyone has advice on how you can live your best life. But here's from Mark Twain. You can't reach old age by another man's road. He understood that aging, like life itself, is an inexplicable combination of fortune, genes, and habit, and that one man's meat is another man's poison. One of the things he stressed in that speech was to avoid comparisons, and you will be happier, i.e., stay off of social media. Lastly, he said, age is an issue of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. Blessings, guys. I hope you had a wonderful day. Having a wonderful day. I will see you tomorrow. This is Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. Blessings.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Transform your home this Labor Day with Bucks County Estate Traders Labor Day sale. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. When you visit, you'll be greeted by our experienced staff who are available to guide you through nearly 20,000 unique items in our massive climate-controlled showroom, or navigate at your own pace using QR codes on every piece for instant details. Shop online with code LABOR25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Sale runs August 25th through September 1st. Some exclusions apply.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, you know the National Democrat playbook, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th in Pennsylvania. They add a twist to January 6th. Doug Mastriano, yes. We'll play you from Politico talking about how essentially Stacey Garrity is just Doug Mastriano in a skirt. That's what they're saying. That's what they're going to try to do. Oh, and some of these faint-hearted Republicans on Twitter telling me, see, we're going to lose again. How do we ever win with people like this? So we're going to talk to the chairman of the Republican Party about Stacey Garrity, about mail-in balloting, which he was a champion of and did a great job. He's here. And the Senate pro tem president, pro tempore, Kim Ward, is also here today, and she is really fired up over the candidacy of Stacey Garrity. Also, you're going to hear, literally, I was telling Henry, I didn't get to tell Dan this, but I was getting my picture taken at the DMV. I made it more dramatic. It was PennDOT today. And Greg says, I'm calling you right now. You'll be on the air. From a chair where my picture's being, I got better things to do. I have to worry about the hair, the tan,
so when you were talking about
angle.
push-ups this morning, you were sitting there getting your picture taken by...
Yes, and I tried to move aside, and this one woman didn't like it and said, this guy's talking on the radio loudly to the security guard. I'm fighting being dragged out of it, and I don't even have the picture yet.
From what I heard, though, I didn't hear the segment. Secondary, I thought you guys were talking about like a push-up competition or something.
Okay. And we'll go into more detail throughout the show, and I'll save it, Henry. Just remind me, because I want to do a nice tease on this, of who I said would win if we had a staff contest. So yesterday, RFK Jr. and Hegseth, and I think Hegseth would beat him, did this 100 push-ups, I don't know how many pull-ups, but it looked like the baby pull-up thing to me. Henry and I both think we could do the baby pull-up. We can't do the real ones at gyms where you got to come in a running jump and jump up there to do it. I can't even do one. And, Dan, they called me because of your eagle eye or ear that, yes, I do run, not in the summertime, probably not in the fall. It's only a limited number of months a year.
No, but it doesn't.
In jeans.
It doesn't matter if it's only a number of months per year. If you're wearing jeans while running, you're chafing.
I'm not chafing.
Yes, you are.
I had a bad chafe with the...
I don't know if we want to hear about your bad chafe.
Boston Marathon, so I know chafing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
well, I think maybe since the Boston Marathon, you have like calluses there, and that's why you're able to run in jeans, unlike the rest of the human race.
So RFK Jr., though, looks dorky. He works out, like lifts weights, takes off the shirt, and he's got jeans with a belt on.
Hold on.
Yes.
You're criticizing him for looking dorky for working out in jeans, but you'll go for a jog around Germantown wearing jeans?
Yeah, it's much different running or jogging or whatever in jeans in the wintertime than it is I would never do that in a gym. Of course you got to wear shorts, etc. Jesse Waters asked him about that. We'll play that here in a moment. So, Dan, I thought this was a brilliant stroke. I don't know if it's going to happen. Your name wasn't mentioned, sadly. Greg asked me on the spot, who do I think on staff? And I'm going through, what does he mean by staff? Remember, people are shouting at me, get that guy out of here. I'm trying to the woman saying, Dom, here's your picture. Didn't like the picture. Would you like another one? But I got the call from the station here. What am I to do? They depend on me. Who is it that would win and give me some place in shows? The staff here, if there were the pull-up, push-up contest. Man, this would be a Mulligan's. I would pay to see this. And I said, I thought Greg would win. But then on second, I'm thinking Henry, but Henry's lacking in confidence in this. He doesn't think he can do a pull-up. I don't think Greg can either.
Well, it's like I think back to high school and doing the high school kind of like fitness test. And it was the high pull-up bar that, wouldn't, I could only do one. And that was maybe 80 pounds ago. So I'm a little worried.
We could have as a staff a 0 pull-up unless we use the baby pull. I like the baby pull-up. I think it's fair. That other thing, it's coordination. You got to be tall, too. Some short guys can't even reach you.
I think we only do the pull-up for the comedic aspect of it because I don't know if anyone here is doing an actual pull-up.
Right.
Yeah.
So I did not list you, Dan.
No, don't. Please.
And Greg,
I don't want to be involved in this.
Greg was amazed. I put myself up there. I don't know. Nick Foles did do the 65-mile. That's impressive to me. So maybe Nick Foles would be next.
Do we have anyone that is excessively fit on staff?
No.
Well, and then Richie Oley's.
Besides Dom Giordano, of course.
Richie Oley's name came up, and there was disqualified, did not even try to qualify, is in another country, wouldn't even know what a pull-up thing is. No. He can certainly call the show and tell us, does he think he can beat anybody? Dawn's name didn't come up. We're mixing males and females.
Are we doing fill-in hosts too? Do you think Rooney can do a pull-up?
No, definitely not.
Sorry, Matt. No.
Put that money down. Dan, pull-up is I'll put that money down right now. Andrew looks to me like a guy who might be able to do something.
You could do one.
Yeah, he might be able to do. I'm trying to think of some Mike Opelka. No, I played golf with him. I'm not seeing
Sean
anything
Sereno.
there.
I think he can do it.
I have a dark horse because I'm just trying to think of someone slender here.
Yeah.
How about Phil Almquist?
Nah.
You don't think? I don't know. Slight frame. I think he can get himself up there a few times.
Unless the Beatles are playing at the top of it or something. He can give some music. Yeah. Metallica.
Ride the Lightning.
Yeah. Then,
he's ripping out 50.
And then there's Dan. I want listeners to tell me how many pull-ups and push-ups. You've met Dan. How many do you think he would do?
8.
He might surprise us. He threw a football about 44,
there's no surprise.
45
There's
years.
no surprise.
I'll give you double digits.
No. Oh, my God. Oh, God.
Yeah, no.
All right, so I hope Greg is serious, though. This would be a heck of a lot of fun. I'd have to get a trainer to cheat, of course. We'd have to have rules. What counts a push-up? What counts a pull-up? To be continued on that, though. It was a lot of fun. And I learned something. If you did get a real ID, is there any bit of advice? I have to do it. The expedited passport is not coming through. Ro has something in mind. It's not our trip to Sicily. I got that covered. Henry, while I'm there, I hear the woman. I go, whoa, wait a minute. I'll give up a place in line. You need a W-2 form or your Social Security card. So I need to get the W-2, which I have.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to have your complete Social Security number on there. Odyssey, for some reason, privacy, and maybe that's a good thing. They only put the last 4 digits.
Yeah, they X out all the others.
Yeah, so if you go to the to 10BAT to get a real ID, I'm told, even though you have the W-2 and it says W-2, if they can't see those digits, it doesn't count.
So wait, you are now in possession of a real ID?
Friday morning, you were in on that. I might have to broadcast from the DMV line there. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I had to line up all the other stuff to make sure. And the license was the first. But can you imagine these people go there, they have a W-2, which is legit, but it doesn't have all the Social Security digits on it for privacy. They'll take a utility bill. We don't have any utility bills. They're all online. Can't be a copy of anything. No, they really, I am already feeling this is jinxed. And
there's so much anxiety when you're walking in.
Oh, my God.
Are they going to accept my
Yes, just like this woman kept on talking about camera cards, and I'm thinking, what the heck? Just say license. All right, so it was quite a setting there when I get the text from Greg, you'll be on the air now. I'm calling you on the air.
No choice.
No choice. I'm taking my picture.
I mean, to be fair, though, how often are you doing things in the morning? I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah, usually not.
Yeah,
usually not.
Doing your morning run in jeans.
Yeah, that's right. The jeans. Looking at, I have 4 pairs of jeans, too, that are all ready to go. Just depends upon the mood of the day. I hate the dark blue jean now. Too rough.
Wait, do you have like things you call like, hey, these are my running jeans?
No. You're not going to get any more out of me here.
He does.
Just a dresser full of jeans. Each one's labeled differently.
All right, so
one drawer is just the running jeans.
Let's see how this goes. Now, big story in a lot of ways, an explosive story. And Henry cut this one. I'm not sure about this guy, the Doka pill guy. He got in trouble before, and I supported him. He took on the Coates author, black author, on the issue of slavery and things of that nature. And I thought he was fine on the CBS morning show. He's in the news today. And Scott Jennings last night did a good job because President Trump may have been inartful in how he put it on Twitter. But Trump, on Truth Social, said that, that the story of America at the Smithsonian should not be solely, I'm phrasing it my way, about slavery and the negatives of the country. Now, you've heard this story by now, and people are really going after him. I can't defend the manner he articulated it. But Jennings, I think, got it right, and the CBS guy got it right today, essentially saying what we're about here is not covering up slavery, the horrors of slavery. And I've been to 2 Holocaust museums, so we don't want to cover things up. But telling that as the total story of America and saying today, this is still the thing that dominates America, that's not the real story of America, is it? Well, on CNN, a lot of their commentators said, yes, it is. All right, so here's CBS, the morning show. The guy, Dokafil, making the comment that you can't have contempt for our history. Here's what he said.
American history shouldn't be a thing of reverence. The country's not above critique, but we shouldn't look at our history with contempt either. And I think there is some room for a correction back toward the middle. And in fact, Lonnie Bunch, who heads the Smithsonian, and Donald Trump and his administration, amazing job. In a letter there, they are saying quite the same things. The mission of the Smithsonian is to forge a shared history, a shared future, not just context, but hope, to lead the country and communities together. That's essentially the same language that Donald Trump is offering here. And I do think there's room to say, in American history, what you are describing, that process of a journey toward greatness is very real. And we all have something to be incredibly proud of. And you talk about overseas. I think the world and its people, if you ask someone, is the world and its people better off because of the existence of America and its people? To me, the answer is unquestionably yes. And I think people walk into the Smithsonian, when they walk out of it, they should get some sense of that.
We shouldn't whitewash who we are and where we came from.
I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to.
And so that conversation needs to continuously happen so that we continuously get better.
Yeah.
The guy at the end here, you stop it already. The guy made a great point before you. We shouldn't be whitewashing. No one's whitewashing anything here. He made a great point there about we shouldn't have contempt for our history. And it is a journey. And we ought to see the progress. Every Martin Luther King Day, we ought to see the uptick in progress as a theme, in addition to whatever we see as a remnant of a worse time. Now, Trump could have put this a lot, but look, when you're dealing with something this sensitive, you got to couch your language in a manner that's going to say exactly what you're saying. Here is Scott Jennings making the same point, I believe, that Trump is not denying slavery. He's shifting focus from something terrible from our history. He's pointing out the shift, the progress. Here's Jennings.
Sorry, which cut is
7, Henry.
Woke because woke is broke. He says we have to have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including our museums. Why is he equating talking about slavery with woke?
Well, look, I think, let me just start this conversation by saying that my personal view is slavery was a reprehensible institution. I agree with your words that it was our original sin. We also fought a war to eradicate it and to get over it as a country. And that was a necessary thing that happened, and a lot of people died, and we did eradicate it, and that's a good thing. I think what he's asking is, in our museums, what defines us? Are we going to be defined by the worst moment or the worst institution or the worst mistake we ever made? Or are we going to be defined by what we've done moving forward to get over it and to become the greatest nation on the earth?
All right, there you go, right there. Right there, that's where he's going. What is so hard about this? Now, again, no defense of the exact language. What should these, I've said this many times. At the high school level, simple thing. When a kid comes through your high school history, social studies, call it what you will, at the end of that, if he says, based upon what he was told, America's still a racist country, well, then you're out of bounds with what you're teaching. It's not a racist country. Now, are they racist? Yes, we've been through this distinction. And schools ought to be emphasizing the uptick. That's not whitewashing. You can be graphic and tell exactly what happened to people in slavery in graphic terms. It doesn't have to be just, they were enslaved, but it wasn't. No, as graphic as you want. But then chart the progress. That's one of the reasons why I told you Huckleberry Finn can't be read anymore. And the whole idea of Huckleberry Finn is how Huck sees Jim, who's a runaway slave, as a man as it progresses. That's the idea. This is not that complicated. But of course, here we go again. We're whitewashing history with the Smithsonian. No, I think they skew way to the side of just the negativity associated with this. All right, it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Let me give you the side question. Tip of the hat to Dan on this one. Yesterday, so fired up, and Dan, I don't think Stephanie Farr, who, by the way, is not from Philadelphia. Not that everybody has to be from Philadelphia, but, you're going to be this critical of Rocky, the Inquirer columnist I told you about yesterday. I don't see her on our guest list. I guess she's pondering it over at the Inquirer, saying, should I go on Thursday or Friday? Who can I send since she maybe has rejected Dan? Send Henry in? Send DJ in? No, that might make it worse. Dan put it in such pleasant time. Could you grace our show?
I'm genuine. No,
I know, right.
we welcome other
yes,
opinions.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, if you don't want to come on because you can't debate, that's fine. But don't say you wouldn't be given a chance to tell your side of this and to say where I'm wrong or overboard. We have too many Rockies. When they're going to take Rocky down off the top of those steps, okay? But out of all that, I said maybe underdogs. We haven't done that in a while. But Dan thinks of Rocky, and Henry, throughout the show, will have clips of this, I guess, of some of the major moments, and they're moments of triumph. Even when he didn't win the fight, he went 15 rounds. That's the whole idea in the beginning. My favorite line, Drago bleeds, is in my top 10 lines. You look at any opponent, Machette is looking a little winded there. I think I can take him. Machette bleeds. Yeah, the music, the buildup. So we're looking for that moment of triumph, the scene or the moment in a film or TV show. And don't think just sports, all right? But there's a lot of them. I'm going to take Shawshank Redemption when the lead character breaks out and is washed and holding himself out there, resurrected with the rain coming down on him after going through the sewage. Mm-hmm. That is a pretty powerful moment. The money shot. Dan says I should never say the money shot. I like the money shot, Henry.
No, you probably should stop saying it, All
right.
Yeah.
So, Henry says okay.
Yeah, why is that such a bad thing?
There are connotations to it that are...
we're going by the dictionary definition.
All right, I can understand where you're going.
No, Henry.
Bit perverted, but okay.
You're producing. You're at the helm there. Don't let Mr. Spock tell you you're off course. Stay with the money shot.
It's
Go ahead.
I got to say, though, I don't mean to continue this conversation, but there was a wrestler named Val Venus back in the day. His whole character was essentially being a deviant.
Yes.
And his final move was called the money shot. Yeah. So I just always associate
we're back to wrestling.
Okay, sorry. Yes, it all comes from wrestling. So are we talking moments of triumph, Dom?
Yes. We'll have one more.
Go ahead.
Atticus Finch, Gregory Peck, in To Kill a Mockingbird. You're right. When he walks in front of stand up, your father's walking by. Yeah. The whole crew. But the Shawshank Redemption's my lead. What's yours, Dan?
My first moment ever of just a feeling of fear that a hero was going to die and the horrible king would continue his reign.
Right.
That being Scar with Simba over the edge, hanging over the edge, and Simba somehow leaps his way back on and throws Scar to the hyenas, his former allies, who tear him apart, and Simba reclaims his rightful place as the king of the jungle. Well, no, the king. It's not the king of the jungle.
It's the money shot of it.
Whatever it is.
That's what it is.
The Lion King. Yes. That's
Speaking
what it
of
is.
money shots, Howard Stern apparently has re-signed his contract. I don't know how much of
Why
a
are we
shot
still on money
or
shots,
money
Dom?
that is. Yeah. All right. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, so let me take you to the 74th Annual Hunger Games, where two District 12 tributes pulled the shocking upset where only one District 12 tribute had ever won the Hunger Games in the previous 73 renditions. This year, they made a rule where two victors from the same district could win, and those two star-crossed lovers from District 12, Peter Millark and Katniss Everdeen, pulled the giant upset and were going to kill themselves, or unalive themselves, as some would say, in order to ruin the Hunger Games. They stopped them. They said, stop, you've both won the Hunger Games. Please don't do this to yourself. And that moment of embrace when they hug each other, when they realize they've won and they can go on living their lives, great moment of triumph.
Hey, Dom.
Yes.
Henry just nominated a participation trophy as his moment of triumph.
Did I? It's teamwork. It's a team. It was a team event that year.
The ending is, we both want to win, so we both get a trophy.
I think Dan's kind of mad because Henry said money shot and Dan doesn't like it.
They set the rules that 74th Hunger Games that two people could win. Then they took it back right in the middle of the games. So they said, screw it, we're going to die instead.
Henry, you brought back a flashback to me, little story at then Bishop Newman, now St. John Newman or Newman Goretti. When you mentioned District 12, I was in D12, C12, B12, A12, the homeroom thing at Newman.
Wow.
And my senior year, because the guy and my father argued basketball, he cut me, which is okay. He said we didn't have enough ad money. A12 was not allowed to play in intramurals.
What?
Yes, and it took a big deal for me to get out there and play, and I had 31 game, and he was in the stands. Moment of triumph. Yes.
Wait, so they're discriminating based on homeroom?
Yes. That's where the track coach asked if I wanted to run the 100-yard or 110 high hurdles. I looked like I had that kind of frame and running. Can you imagine? Can you imagine me running the high? Oh, my God.
Be much a different sounding radio show.
Yeah, just the mere thought of the money shot.
Welcome into the Dom.
Can you do hurdles in jeans?
Yeah. Hey, Henry, don't let the bad influence of Dan start you down the jeans trail. That's in the top 10 here. All right. I will be wearing those jeans the next jog. All right, 855-839-1210. You jump on board. Hit us with that. The slavery comment by President Trump, he's right about the Smithsonian. So is the CBS Morning guy. So is Scott Jennings. But the other side's not going to let this go. They're going to say we don't want slavery to be taught. 855-839-1210.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Are you guys surprised in all this talk about federalizing everything, all the unsafe cities, that Philadelphia is not mentioned?
It's always New York or D.C. or Chicago. D.C. is 61 square feet, and they have approximately 3,500 cops. We are approximately 140 square feet and barely have more than that.
We're so far down with the vacancy rate, which was inherited by this current mayor. You hear others talk about it, but there's not the defiance by this mayor that you see from the other cities.
Yeah. Are we chalking up silence as a win, as silence as progress?
Well, I don't know.
I guess it can't get worse.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Side question today, coming off all the Rocky talk yesterday, and this Inquirer columnist hit us with that all-time moment of triumph in a film or TV show. We had some great ones already, or hit us on Twitter with yours, 855-839-1210. We're going to go to the Heritage Foundation. Mike Gonzalez, great, one of the leaders, really, of it. He's got a lot to say about what we've seen play out with Ukraine, ongoing here, President Trump, but more importantly, how many in Europe are modeling what Trump has done, the populist movement, a la Trump, once again. So he's coming up. But we do have the GOP head, Greg Rothman, coming up at 1:30. And we'll talk with him about Stacey Garrity. Here we go again. Here's Josh Shapiro again. Here are his minions again, out there trying to say this is Doug Mastriano in a skirt. They're the ones that made a household name out of Doug Mastriano. Remember that? To make him the one they wanted to run against, publicizing that. And Josh Shapiro is going to have something to answer for. This guy, Josh Hammer, I'm not sure if you've ever, I've seen him several times on Fox, writes at Newsmax, the shameful persecution of the little sisters of the poor. You know, when you're playing, growing up in South Philly basketball and all, and you beat up on a team that wasn't that good, it was like, that's like beating up on the little sisters of the poor. You know, that was always the phraseology. By the way, leaving the huddle wasn't, let's play a good game. It was, Lady of Victory, pray for us. Like there's a Lady of Victory.
Yeah.
And that's what we're at.
I did that too.
Yeah, we're not wanting Lady of Defeat. We want the Lady of Victory. So Josh Shapiro, in various roles, has gone after them relentlessly when it comes to the issue of contraception, abortion, health care, and all that. Little sisters of the poor, and they got a federal judge in Pennsylvania to take another whack at them. Who would beat up on the little sisters of the poor? Who would vilify them? I even forget her name now. I remember I got her on the show. Rush went after her, and it wasn't pretty what he said about her, and there was trouble. The woman who initially, an activist, went after them. She answered one question. I think Dan remembers. Then went, "Are there any other questions?" And hung up. Coward, as usual. But going after the little sisters of the poor, this is something you just don't do. And look, I support President Trump in this challenge with the Smithsonian that we told you about with slavery and all that. It has to be carefully put out there. We're not talking about whitewashing history. It's a point of emphasis. And I agree with Jennings and the CBS Morning guy that the Smithsonian and these other institutions are unrelenting and making our history contemptible. When the progress here, and Jennings making the point, the Civil War was fought up. People went to war. Lives at astronomical numbers were lost in order to remedy that. That's got to count for something, Smithsonian, doesn't it? In other words, we don't want self-hating museums, self-hating Americans. And here's how I would settle this, the wisdom of Solomon. You only have to do two things. You should tell the story, age appropriate, in graphic terms about slavery, the human agony of that. No pulling punches. No just being vague in general. You can be as specific as you want. Think of the Holocaust museums. But at the same time, you have to show the Civil War, the progress over this, America moving forward. You want to say halting? That's fine. To where we are today. President Obama's election, I don't care what anyone says, was a signal, an inflection point of that. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Mike Gonzalez from the Heritage Foundation about what do we expect next with this trilateral stuff. But he also has a book and a lot of information. He traveled in Europe over the last year or so of the populist movement, those Europeans that we saw there, other than the German guy, and President Trump. It's stunning how much has been adopted along those lines. Get in on the side question. Don't let him take all the good ones. That moment of triumph in a film or TV show, a la Rocky, just one that you really like where there was a triumph. I happened to see, boy, you talk about serendipity. I was ready to run out, and the last 90 seconds of the courtroom scene of A Few Good Men was happening. The house could have been on fire. Oh, it's right over there. Put it out. Use that. Then he said it. That was a moment of triumph for Tom Cruise. I still don't like it. I can't take it.
Oh, really?
He's still snotty.
So did you watch it?
Oh, yeah, I watched it, sure. It was the last 90 seconds where he admits he did the Code Red. Oh, my God. Nicholson, I don't see how anybody could be a better actor than Nicholson in that scene. God. I think Nicholson's like that, but that's another story. All right, 855-839-1210. Mike Gonzalez from the Heritage Foundation next on Talk Radio 1210.
If your home's old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors are in need of replacement, then go to the family name that's been trusted in the tri-state area for over 75 years. My good friends at Guida Door & Window. Guida's expertly installed high-performance windows and doors will definitely increase the comfort level of your home while also helping you save on your monthly energy bills. But the savings don't stop there, because Guida will also help you save on the cost of your project by giving you 40% off all windows and doors during the month of August. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales are excluded. Offer expires at the end of August, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're bummed that the summer's flying by, here's the best way to extend summer. Book a fall stay at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. The weather is tremendous, the beach is beautiful, and there are fewer crowds. The Grand Hotel has several special packages to make your getaway even grander. You can book a Grand Escape weekend this fall and earn resort credits. Make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Just check out their website for details. Remember, always book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your fall getaway today. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family and Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value from our friends at Family and Company Jewelers, doing things right. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. I remember, and it jogged my memory, get him back on, the interesting angle to this whole thing with Ukraine, the trilateral, et cetera. Mike Gonzalez, the Ariando e Pluribus Unum Senior Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, traveled widely in Europe and saw this populist movement, the people that were in front of Trump the other day and others, even in France, that are embracing that. So in what universe did the media get the idea that they came there to be the Praetorian Guard to stop Trump from bullying Zelensky? I don't think, now maybe the Germans, well, ask Mike. Mike Gonzalez from Heritage is here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, sorry about that. That's walk-up music for Mike. Hey, Mike. Okay. All right. All right. I hope there's not a crisis at the Heritage Foundation. I'll put him on hold here. All right, Mike, you're on hold there. Now you're on hold here. Let's see which hold breaks. All right. This is a hold showdown here. Henry's going to try to
just put it back on hold. Yeah. I mean, we can listen to Kesha until he comes back. That's the hold music.
Yeah. What the heck is that?
Is that Kesha?
Is that what it is? Is that what they play?
He's a little too busy. Yeah.
At the Heritage Foundation? All right. So
no, I think we got to.
He went into the ether. All right. That's okay.
Henry angrily said it's Nicki Minaj.
Oh, it's Nicki Minaj at the Heritage Foundation?
No, it's the hold music that he was.
Yeah, I know. All right. Henry's monitoring that, and we'll bring Mike
Here
up.
we go.
Hey, all right. Let's bring Mike Gonzalez in. Hey, Mike, welcome back to Philadelphia.
Hey, great place to be there. I don't like what they're saying about putting the Phillies and the Yankees in the same division, but
what do you mean? What are you afraid of for the Yankees or what? Is that why you're afraid, Mike?
No, that's not what I'm afraid of. But it's not traditional. That's all.
Amen.
All right. We'll break that down another day. What the heck was the hold music that we were hearing there, Mike?
Standard hold music, Tom.
Is that standard hold?
Yeah.
The Heritage Foundation playing Nicki Minaj? Is Nicki Minaj coming out? Is Nicki Minaj going to be a senior fellow? I got the story here, Dan, at the Heritage Foundation. Oh, my God.
That wasn't us. That could not have been us. I take the fifth.
Well, you know what, Mike? You have a
Thanks
lot
for
of
rolling
juice
with the
there.
punches,
You guys ought to make somebody outside the box, like Kid Rock. Give him the Kid Rock chair at the Heritage Foundation. That would get people talking.
All right. Okay. I'll bring it up at the next meeting.
Okay. Now, Mike, last time we talked, I was thinking about you as all this was going on, particularly when I saw the European leaders there in the Oval Office with President Trump. You wrote this piece. You traveled a good bit, and Le Pen was one, but you talked about various countries and populism taking over, a lot of it with some of the wrinkles of President Trump. What is it that you saw?
Well, it's two different things here. One, I was very happy to see that picture in the Oval Office and the one in the East Room when they sat around and they were all united and united behind Trump. Let's be clear about this. What I'm picking up is that the negotiations from over the tariffs have made these people, these leaders, comfortable with each other, and so were able to, and they see a leader now that is leading, not like what we had 12 months ago when they had to keep looking in the forest to see where the president of the United States had won.
That's true.
There were no eyes rolling this time. They were just really listening intently. and President Trump is leading incredibly. I mean, you and I and your listeners know that he hates war, but people who watch and read the mainstream media think he's a warmonger. So to us, this is just normal. To them, it's like, whoa, what do you mean Trump wants peace? What does that mean? That must be a trick. Well, we know that this is what he wants. Now, as to these leaders who were there, no, they don't represent their people. Macron gets very little support. Starmer, his polls have never been lower for a labor leader. That labor government would be thrown out. All these governments, most of them would be thrown out if they had elections in their country. Macron's party, he himself would be thrown out. Le Pen would win. That's why he's investigating her. They're carrying out lawfare against Le Pen and her national rally. The same thing they're going to do with reform in the UK. They're doing the same thing with Alternative for Deutschland. The mainstream, the center right and center left in Europe is very worried about the dissident right. And I think the dissident right is going to get power eventually because you can't put them all in prison, although they will try, like they did with Donald Trump here. I think in 2 years, the vast majority of the leaders we saw represented at the White House will not be there.
Mike, how do you see this moving forward now? What's your sense of where we are? The Finnish prime minister, I think, said that the progress made in 2 weeks was much greater than the last 3 years. That's an obvious thing. What's the biggest roadblock in your view? Is it the security of providing that for Ukraine? That's what I think. They're ready to deal, but they need something that looks to be as good as it gets. Otherwise, they can't make the deal.
Right. So, again, there's a lot there in your questions. Yes, more progress has been made. I'm very optimistic. Trump keeps saying, and I'm watching him every time he's on the news. I try to put the TV on. He keeps saying that he can get a bilat between Putin and Zelensky. I really could not see that, 2 days ago. If you would have told me 48 hours ago that there would be a bilateral meeting between Putin and Zelensky, I would say that would be an impossibility because Putin doesn't think Ukraine should exist as a country, and Zelensky looks at Putin as the war criminal that he is. So how do you put these two in the room? However, Trump keeps saying, I think I can make this happen and have a bilat, and then I will join them, and that will become a trilateral, but first they have to meet. And I think that I kind of trust Trump on this, even though it seems really hard. Now, you ask about the security guarantees. So first, let's draw a hard line here. No American boots on the ground. I was very happy that Trump said that. I don't think anybody wants that. He said air defense. Okay, I can see that, and I would have to hear what it means. This is at bottom a problem for our allies in Europe. They're next door to it, and they would have to spend more money on defense. Let's not forget that for the last few decades, this is not a new problem. We have been spending a great deal, a high percentage of our money on defense. This is costing the American people a lot of money because it's taxpayer money. The government doesn't make money. The government doesn't sell cheese in the corner. They raises money as taxes. The Europeans have been able to have their welfare state because they spend 1%, less than 1%. One person you didn't see there, the leader of a large country, is Pedro Sanchez of Spain. He refused to raise Spain's expenditure on NATO, on defense, to at least 2%. So he's no longer, he's persona non grata. So yeah, if the Europeans step up, spend more of their money on defense, and provide Ukraine with the security that Ukraine would need, these are big ifs. But things have happened that I didn't think was possible. NPR and PBS was defunded. I've been advocating for this for 20 years.
Yeah, exactly.
It was possible because they would have a leader that has chosen to use the power that the voters gave them. So let's see what happens. I'm very optimistic, but a lot let's not kid ourselves here.
No, I have the same attitude, optimistic. Mike, what's your current book? What are you working on now?
That's funny you say that. I was talking to my publisher last week, just very briefly, and I don't want to say the things I've been dabbling on. I have 2 or 3 ideas. It's nice to take a break from book writing. For the last 5 years, I produced 3 books that can take a toll on your family. So let's keep that one quiet. But you'll be the first one to know.
All right, yeah, I've got you, Mike. Thank you very much. And remember that now. You heard it from me. The Britney Spears chair. How about that? If you don't like the...
What would happen to me if I wore a Lou Piniella Yankee shirt to see the Phillies? Will I live to tell the tale?
Dan, I'll let you weigh in on that. What do you think happens, though?
No, I don't think so.
No, but look, the Phillies fans are not that. You do something New York with the Eagles, you're really in trouble, Mike. You can't say, I know Dom Giordano. They'll come and get me too. Come on.
So you're saying don't try it next time.
Don't try it. Yeah, don't try it. Don't try it. Or let us know about it because we want to get the aftermath of it, Mike. It'll be good radio.
We'll record it at least.
We'll record
we
it.
want the audio there, Mike.
That's what, Mike. Do it, Mike.
I love you guys
Do
too,
it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks very much.
Thanks, bye.
Mike Gonzalez, first national security guy with a great sense of humor. We had, he always is. But the bottom line with him is the Europeans and how they're taking to populism, except for the guy in Spain. And you're seeing more of that play out. All right, we got the side question going on. 855-839-1210. 1:30, we have Greg Rothman. I want to talk about the mail-in balloting. Just take your pulse. And we'll even give you a dispensation because I can diffuse you. If you're a ticking time bomb and saying, Trump's right, we're not going to vote by mail. Let's go. You realize, of course, none of this is going to work. The only thing that works is winning, beating Josh Shapiro, taking back the governor's office, and then changing Act 77. You know that, right? In the meantime, we'll ask Greg Rothman. They did great mail-in balloting, and it helps us win. And it's only about one thing, winning. 855-839-1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Are we on hold again there, Henry?
Not quite.
No? It's our newest heritage expert, Nicki Minaj there, Dom.
I don't know why Mike that was the weirdest God.
That's just what happens when someone puts you on hold. Like, say we're getting Bill O'Reilly on the line.
Right.
It'd be like, his Booker Market will be like, all right, please hold, and then you're holding
Is that
on the
on
line.
our end, or it's on like AT&T or Verizon?
I think it's the provider, yeah.
Like there, people out there can relate because it's it's like the standard hold music for one of the big providers at this point.
Might be a side question there.
I wonder how much she got
What would
paid for
your
this,
hold
though.
music be?
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a
Put
great
that
side
one down.
question. Yeah.
All right, hold music. Okay. Here is a moment. You have that now, Henry. Here's a great moment. Marcus Aurelius on Twitter. A moment of triumph. One Dwight Schrute, the Northeastern Pennsylvania Salesman of the Year speech. Oh, my God. Might be Dwight Schrute's greatest work there.
All the things
things. All the things. All the things. Keep going, NEA. To preserve our democracy, we must win all the things. Delegates, we won't go back. We will keep going.
Wait a minute. You didn't go to the Dom Giordano show, though, did you? You did go back, Becky, or Betsy, or Pringle, or something. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus. Nicely done. Can't top that. Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Did you guys take I Am Spartacus off the board?
No, that's a great one, yeah.
From the movie or the
I'm kidding.
Yes.
I am kidding. I'm kidding. But before I give you my answer, I'd like to contest you on the name Dom Giordano opening doors after what happened this morning. I think it would get you into Mulligan's. I don't think it would get you preferred parking, but I don't think it's going to get anybody into the DMV anymore.
Yeah, it was pretty close to being kicked out. Oh,
yeah,
my God.
It sounds like it.
Oh, yeah, the woman says, this guy over here, he's loud on the phone. No, Greg,
I was waiting for the video of that maybe to be submitted to Fight, the morning Fight Club.
Oh, I wish I had the backup to do that. And as I'm going through the door, people were saying something like, who is this guy? What's going on?
Well, only hearing half the conversation, they probably think you're some nut.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, Greg, I'm in the chair ready for the picture, and Greg's saying 10 seconds, you're on.
Do we have audio of that? Can we play it back? Or?
Yeah, let's,
I don't have it. After the break, I'll have
after the break, we'll have the audio of that, yeah.
And the first picture never turns out right, and you're begging for it to be okay, so you have to deal with that lady who's breathing up your back.
Well, Joe, I did have my favorite hairbrush in my pocket just for that occasion, and maybe a mirror, but there we go.
Like the old vent brush days in the back of the jeans pocket?
Yeah. The jeans, of course, were the article, yes. What's your side, Joe?
My side, basically, it represents, or it answers to all the people who continue to say that America is not that great. And it was our show, an exemplary of with power comes responsibility and how we use it very, very well and justly. And it was that moment after the Reagan speech, and this is why I say Reagan right now over Trump. It was after that Reagan speech when that first slab of Berlin Wall fell to the ground and were reunited. We won, and that was our way of showing it very gracefully.
And Joe, but for listeners, the bureaucratic advisors were saying, don't say it, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. Can you imagine these guys were saying, don't say it, don't say it?
Yeah. Yeah, who's the who turned out to be the expert? You know,
exactly right. Always go with the line. What bad could happen?
I do have the audio. You want to play that now?
Yeah, just stay right there. We'll play the audio so you can hear a little bit of the byplay.
Oh, I love it.
So I'm sitting in the chair, ready with my picture. I'm answering the phone. One woman.
So they just called you dry. Like there's a dial tone and everything.
There's a woman who's the head person. The other person was nice, saying, "Oh, or are you doing something? Was this a prank call or meteors?" I said, "Radio." The other woman, though, hears that and goes nuts. So
the context being, though, that they just randomly started talking about you running in jeans and how uncomfortable and swampy that must be. So then they this is how it starts there.
Yeah, we've have to call. It's our third cameo guest today. We've had a doctor, a Republican Party.
Let's give a head to when they dial so we don't have someone
I'm sitting in a chair here trying to get ready.
We got Susie Liz Jeffy says, ask Big Dan and Henry if Dom actually, jogs in jeans.
He does.
Of course. What's the big deal?
Dom Giordano, this is Greg. You're live on the radio with us. How are you?
Well, I'm in the DMV.
Oh. He's in the DMV.
Did you jog there?
No.
So we have to ask you a question. So, we're playing Bobby Kennedy, and Jesse Waters last night asked him about working out in jeans. I'm hearing you jog in jeans. Is that true?
Wait a minute, I'm looking around to see if there's any on. Yes, I do. Not in the summertime. No, in the summertime, it's a full shorts outfit. But in the winter, absolutely. I commend Kennedy. I don't think the belt looks so good weightlifting, and it's a fake tan, which is really a burn. But otherwise, I understand completely. What's wrong with jeans? Why did Dan start this, and now you're amplifying?
One thing I'm going to stop right there and make a note that not in one point in that answer did you specifically say running in jeans, that phrase, knowing that you would be looked at so crazily there in public by the people around you that you kind of just dance around.
Well, then there's, of course, the jeans, the cutoff jeans that I have, as you know. That's an option, too.
On,
yes.
Joe, you can take that one. Take that one, sir.
Guys, you know what was great about that? We probably all collectively felt Dom's agonization. Like, I got to get off this phone, and you guys just keep me on it.
Well, true, and they're asking me to rank.
Why are you bothering me before my show?
Yes, yeah.
Well, that's one of the benefits of being the boss here is I can do this.
Well, and then I have to say, which one did I think would do the best, Joe? And, of course, I went for the boss. I didn't say Dan. Where would you rank Dan in the top 10 of staff
don't
here?
turn this against me.
In the pull-ups and push-ups, Joe. You've seen Dan in action. Where are you ranking him in the top 10?
I see every time I'm with Dan, I see him break a sweat.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
I got to say, the guy's a workhorse.
Oh, God, he's a show horse.
Joe, thank you for leaving out the fact that all I'm doing is walking around.
All right, but Joe,
sweat.
let's say I think either Henry or Greg would win. Where do you place Dan? You got Zioli, you got Nick, you got me, you got Dawn, some random producers here, Mike Opelka. Where do you put Dan?
Dawn's beating us all.
Well, pull-ups are tough. I mean, that's more technique than anything.
Yeah.
And I would pick Dan in pull-ups over Greg Stocker. In a heartbeat.
All right.
No
Let's
way.
get that pull-up in here. All right, mate. I'm putting the money on Stocker. How about you, Henry? Stocker.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think I got to lean Stocker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Joe, we'll give you odds on this. Yeah.
I lean Stocker, and I'm Dan.
I don't mean to put the pressure on Dan, but I think Stocker's hair would sweat so much it would get in his face, and he'd
that's a good theory.
give up.
But he doesn't wear product in his hair.
All right, now, wait a
do,
minute. Dan cannot wear a hat while doing this, right? That's going to throw him off.
That's... Joe, I don't know if you see YouTube chat right now. I don't mean to change the subject back to Dom, but they're really going crazy about Dom's suggestion that he wears cutoffs sometimes and wants me to ask whether or not they're Daisy Dukes.
Well, they're jeans. They're jeans. What are you... I haven't worn them in years. Used to wear them swimming, but yeah, not anymore.
I am not signing up for a physical competition to answer your question.
All right.
You know what would look even better? And Dom, I don't know if Dan will remember this or Henry, but back in the day, you used to cut the hem and flare the edge of the pants, whether they were shorts or long jeans. You remember
Are you
that?
suggesting Dom runs with bell bottoms?
God, boy. All right,
bottoms with the little fuzzy flares, across the bottom.
All right, next Mulligans, we have to do some of this. I'll bring what I have. Okay. All right, Greg Rothman's going to be here this hour, the head of the GOP. I'll play you coming up, Politico, trying to say that Stacey Garrity is Mastriano Part 2. Man, they just don't let up. They love Josh Shapiro. So what's Josh Shapiro, point 2? I'll answer that coming up. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of it, the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. For all that, discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue's natural supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, exclusive offer for our listeners, you can take advantage of this buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. Energy. That's all that you have to do. Just use that code FUEL, F-U-E-L, when placing your order. Visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL, F-U-E-L, at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call, or use it at res-q.com. Get your second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free. That's res-q.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text SWITCH to 323232. That's SWITCH to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during the National Sales Event, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive, double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the new 2025 Grand Highlander Hybrid and lease for $499 a month for 36 months. Or finance at 5.99% for 60 months. Visit us online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road in Warminster, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
All right, it is Dom time. Loaded up this hour. Greg Rothman, the head of the Republicans in Pennsylvania. Do we have Mastro 2 here? That's for the other side. And the media, the little minions in the media who hate the Rocky statue at the Inquirer, are trying to gin that up. Dan tells me, though, there seems to be some kind of opportunity with American Eagle for a new Dom Giordano jeans to jog in.
Yeah.
Let's send that to. No, wait a minute. We know Jennifer Say. I'm serious. Jennifer Say would come up with the jeans to jog in look.
David in South Carolina says, Dom, the next American Eagle model. Couldn't you imagine? Dom Giordano, I've got great jeans, a slow motion shot, pans, black and white, to Dom Giordano.
Very slow motion.
Very, very slow motion image of him running in his, jeans, his American Eagle jeans, and then just fades to black, and white lettering comes up saying, Dom Giordano's got great jeans. I think it's a great ad campaign, is it not?
Henry, you should have dropped in there.
You got a guy running
about my legs. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
it's a great idea. Let's put that up on Twitter, and everybody in the world will support it.
Sure.
All right.
Newman says Dom's clothing line, not American Eagle, it's American Gravy.
By the way, he did send me. Thank you, Newman. Send me the guy over at Ralph's. Allegedly saying sauce, not gravy. In that context, though, what else was he going to say?
In that context?
It was like something on a sandwich. That doesn't count. You can't be saying gravy on a sandwich.
Oh, if it's red sauce, if you're making a meatball marinara, it's a marinara sauce, not a marinara gravy that goes on the sandwich.
It was something about mussels.
Oh, I almost heard that's true. Didn't you hear that?
No, it was something about mussels.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about mussels red versus mussels white. You don't say mussels in red sauce or mussels in red gravy. You say mussels in red sauce.
I'm still saying gravy for the record, but okay.
Sue suggests American Eagle with the new ad campaign can offer a free gold chain with every purchase.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes. 2 for the price of 1. Great stuff, though. The morning show today with that hitting me, and the fact that I was literally.
I have more of it if you want.
More of what?
Morning conversation.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear a little bit more.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Dom.
Wait, that was the end.
I mean,
yeah, let me go back to where we were. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've
Get him in line.
We have to call him. It's our third cameo guest today.
Yes, I do. Not in the summertime. No, in the summertime, it's a full shorts outfit. But in the winter, absolutely. Come in, Kennedy. I don't think the belt looks so good weightlifting, and it's a fake tan, which is really a burn. But otherwise, I understand completely.
Yeah, he doesn't have a good tan.
Why did Dan start this, and now you're amplifying?
Why are you bothering me before my show?
Well, that's one of the benefits of being the boss here is I can do this. So let me ask you: you don't feel it constricting to like jog in jeans?
No, not at all, Greg. In the wintertime, I mean, I'm not one of those mob guys from South Philly with the jogging suit or anything. Yeah, I think.
What about shorts?
What would you be wearing?
Shorts.
What would you be wearing?
In the winter? Are you kidding me? How can you wear it in the winter? All right.
I love how point you're like, I got a point here. What would you be wearing?
Yeah.
Like some like Reebok.
In the wintertime?
Yes.
Yeah.
What about joggers?
What about sweatpants?
Yeah, joggers, sweatpants, shorts, something like that.
The sweatpants.
Yeah, something that's like breathable, something that's comfortable.
Nah, sweatpants. Running in sweatpants is so like South Philly, and I'm from South Philly. So.
There you go. Yes.
Okay, so now we got both you and Tony saying this. So is this all about you don't want to be portrayed as some kind of mob figure?
Maybe.
So it's kind of a pushback. There's nothing else to run in besides.
Yeah, I know no one looks good in sweatpants. I mean, I won't go into all the bodily details, but they're not good, and they just are itchy. They just
got skinny joggers now that shape you well.
No.
Like the Adidas joggers?
I'm not modeling any of those. Okay. All right, let's go back. Oh, my goodness. Boy, we got a lot out. Thank you, Greg. Next time at the DMV on Friday, maybe Dan will call me from the line for the Kathy Barnett show. All right. Illegal immigration. We have this trucker, and I wanted to make a point here locally. You've seen this guy by now. Henry, I don't know if we have any sound. I was looking for it, that people talking it. Maybe not. So I can do it. We have this guy making this U-turn in Florida that is outrageous with a giant truck. He decimates people, killing them. The Trump administration and DeSantis are on it. They ask him questions in basic English. He was 1 out of 4. That's nice. On highway traffic signs, what they mean. He responded to just 2 of 12 verbal questions. That's this guy's score. How is this maniac able to drive a giant semi and be out there on the road killing people? All right. I believe he's illegally here from India. He went through California first. Here's the local linkage that I'm interested in. I commended about a week ago the the New Britain Township Police Department, because they put up on their website that they would be checking whether drivers can speak and understand English. Those who can't will be taken off the road, a la President Trump's executive order. Well, now they say the headline now is it's about safety, not immigration. And the local paper says a New Britain Township Police Department statement announcing it would begin that enforcement went up on its Bucks Crime Watch page. Then it was taken down after it sparked concern among some. Come on, New Britain Police, are you kidding me? You did exactly the right thing. Now, I don't know why New Britain seems to have a lot of checking of trucks, a lot of trucks there. They said our article was meant to simply be informative for motor carriers of the requirement for truck inspectors to assess whether the drivers can sufficiently understand English to safely operate a commercial vehicle on the roadway. To be clear, this was not an immigration issue. It is a safety issue. One of the tenets of our policing strategy is be transparent, keep the public informed to reduce the potential for violations. Well, Chief, you did the right thing. Why take it down? Why are we taking this down, though, right? Here, I thought immediately of Fred Herron. I don't think he's taken something like that down. And it is along the way about illegal immigration. Now, you're rolling down the highway. Think of your own driving. Think of all three of us, Henry, Dan, and I. Well, I have 2 feet to help me, but aside from that. And if you're a little bit unclear about a highway sign, picture now you're driving a truck. I need some truckers here, right? You're unclear. You have no, I don't care what those signs say. I'm just going to keep on driving. And he makes this giant illegal U-turn. Look, we all make U-turns. I'll speak for myself. You got to be really careful.
Maybe I'm just Polish, but I have trouble understanding road signs myself.
All right, there you go. Well, maybe you shouldn't be driving that truck.
Maisie and I got into an argument on the way to Boston about one.
What was it?
Exit only.
Right.
Oh, boy. Yeah. I just told Henry this. So I always thought that exit only, when you see that on the highway, that means that exit is only an exit, and it's very hard to get back on the highway from said exit, not realizing that it actually means it's the lane is an exit only, and it ends. So Maisie's like, babe, you better get over. This lane's going to end. It's an exit only lane. I'm like, no, babe, it's not going to end. It's exit only means you can only exit there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so I had to look it up, and I was proven very wrong.
Right, and if you don't have her there, of course, Maisie, that could be cattywampus.
She's my translator.
Very cattywampus, right. You're by yourself. You get a little flummox. You're in between 2 lanes, and suddenly you do some kind of maneuver because you're not exactly sure.
There was a maneuver.
Yeah, so picture now you're driving a giant truck. What could happen? This is such a basic thing. Come on, New Britain Police, you were right. And any of these idiots bothering you about it, they don't care about public safety. They'd rather be politically correct. What did the New Britain Police say that was wrong that made them think they're an arm of ICE? Nothing. They're doing what they always were doing here, which I think is to be a really good police department that checks traffic safety in the realest sense of it. And just think, they may be able to take off a maniac like this maniac. Driving down the highway, he could only answer 2 out of 13 questions in English and only 1 out of 4 highway signs, and he has a commercial driver's license, a big truck, a huge truck. How could there be another side on this? What is the other side on this? Who's bothering the New Britain Police? I'd love to get them on. I'm not going to bother them. They hear this. Guys, you want to come on. Look, I salute you, but not so much now that they bullied you into having to take that down. So, it's just about safety, not immigration. Of course it's about safety. But guess what? It's making the point at the heart of this. Illegal immigration is getting people killed. In other words, we have enough morons out there of our own. We don't need to have this maniac on the road, and he had a sidekick with him. I don't know if he spoke English or not. How could you be driving down the highway, not being able to realize almost anything in English, and road signs? Just think of the decision. You're going 60, 65, 70. Think of your decision-making process. It has to be almost instantaneous if you start getting like Dan with the exit only. Thank God for Maisie putting on the green eye shades there.
How do we make it back from Washington, D.C. safe? Is the question.
I thought she'd say, hey, how about if I drive back? All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us on the side question. The New Britain and this story is exactly the type of dangers that come with illegal immigration. All right, a little bit later on, too, we'll talk about RFK Jr., not the genes, but this battle now. He calls out the American Academy of Pediatrics saying, hey, guys, you're taking a lot of money from Pfizer. Is that why you're telling parents to vaccinate their very, very young kids? Battle's on. But right here, what's wrong with what the New Britain police were saying? The answer is nothing. I commend them for wanting to put the fear of God in people. Don't come through here if you can't speak English and you're driving a big truck and you're not following highway signs. Just don't go somewhere else. They're protecting their citizens. And apparently their citizens would rather say, oh, no, you can't be doing that. These people have to earn a living too. Well, then maybe you have to speak English. 855-839-1210.
It's that time of the year. The lights are bright. The bands are loud. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday nights at 10. James Bailey and Daryl Dobis run down all of the big high school games in the region. Be here this Friday right after Phillies baseball. The Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Coming to your calls. Let me play first, though, just a little bit of this, Henry. It's 14, cut 14. This from Politico. Let's talk elections. And we're going to talk with Greg Rothman, who is the chairman, Republican chairman, who did a great job and is continuing to do a great job on registering voters and mail-in ballot. And these people just jump in. Trump's got to stop it on this, with all due respect. Come on. You're not going to be able to. The states set the laws here. The executive order is not going to do it. And what's happening is we're getting weak-kneed about mail-in balloting again. But here is where the Josh Shapiro, when he's not busy, concocting stuff to try. You know, I think the Democrat strategy is they want to see pain this coming week. They want to see some pain out there so that they then can ratchet up the pressure on all these Republicans, including Stacey Garrity, apparently. Here's Politico, though. They're saying that, oh, boy, you're going to lose again. She's just like Doug Mastriano.
Stacey Garrity has a lot of baggage. Very similar baggage to Doug Mastriano, which is why I do believe that this race, even if Mastriano decides to run for it, either of these two candidates will lose the race to Josh Shapiro. Now, looking at the way the Democrats have already gone about her, we've seen that Stacey Garrity has done a number of different things. She's a huge proponent of the One Big Beautiful Bill, a very unpopular piece of legislation.
Let's stop it right here, buddy. Stop him there for a second. Hey, buddy, unpopular this. Give me a break. She's a big proponent. With me, and thanks to Henry on this, the first interview she did after announcing, she made the point, I'm going to keep health care, Medicaid, all that stuff for those that truly meet what it was required to be. Okay? There's the talking point right there. You're just going to throw people out than the big, beautiful bill. Okay.
Bill, a very unpopular piece of legislation that just got steamrolled through Donald Trump's Republican Congress. She celebrated the fall of Roe versus Wade, issuing a statement in support of the overturning and in support of the Dobbs decision. She spoke at a rally on January 5th, 2021, where she asked the crowd to question the integrity of the Pennsylvania election.
All right, let's stop it there, Henry. Let's stop it there. It was a Senate race. It was a Pennsylvania Senate race, not the presidency, not anything like that. That's what she was getting into. All right, that's enough of an appetizer. I'll play a little bit more. You see where they're going. It is relentless. This is a woman who served at a level that is unparalleled. We don't see military people, and I think she would have continued in the military except for the age requirement, whatever it was. The angel of the desert. No escapes. Great treatment, though, for the prisoners. You've heard her talk about that. That's got to count for something against a guy who's been a politician since he was in 4th grade. Right? Let's see if the media talks about her military experience and the duality of that. She certainly has a heart. And guess what? She knows very well rural Pennsylvania, something that Josh Shapiro couldn't find if he were looking for Broad Street. So, this idea of making her into something else is all part of the same thing we saw in the last election cycle. And I will say this, I've never seen a guy have more media sycophants here in Philadelphia than Josh Shapiro. He walks on waters. They just can't get in. I don't even think Ed Rendell. And I get Ed Rendell. He's an avuncular guy, the Eagles, cheesesteaks, hoagie. You know what I mean? We differed over the years, but Ed Rendell, even a talk radio audience, it's different.
Doesn't take much to win you over. Eagles, cheesesteaks, and hoagie.
Yeah, but I mean, Josh Shapiro still hasn't come through. He says he has a jump shot. Let's play for charity, Josh. Henry will be or Dan, I don't know which one, and your son can lecture on capital punishment as we're playing 2-1-2 or SEPTA. Well, Dad, how are people going to get to work? That was the latest. With this kid out there on the campaign trail, he's now 14. I hate to bring up the kid, but he's the one that does it on something like capital punishment. How do I tell my son that's right? Well, I'd be happy to come over and explain capital punishment and maybe bring a few victims. All right. We have Greg Rothman, busy guy, a lot of work with the PIAA, but also the chairman of the GOP here in Pennsylvania. And they have a huge race up that has national consequence when it comes to the governor's race, slicing into all those congressional seats that are going to be hard fought. Because if we hold them here in Pennsylvania, we're going to hold the House. If we don't, then it's going to be very razor thin. So he is a main guy. And every time Scott Presler's on, he commends him, talking about these competitions and other things he has that have really ratcheted up voter registration across Pennsylvania. Really honored to have him in the middle of all this. Then we'll go to your calls here. Greg Rothman next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
Cloudy overnight, 66 the low. We're expecting some showers later on. Showers tomorrow with a high of 77. Thursday, temperature's still going to remain pretty cool with a high of 72. Some showers in the morning, but then we'll see some sunshine. Friday, 82 and sunny, and it looks like Saturday is going to be a great day as well.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show, big issues, big gas. You heard me lay out some of the things that are going on here. And Greg Rothman, who's been with us before, the chairman of the Republican Party, is in the center ring of stuff that is not only big in Pennsylvania, but goes national. Let's go to Greg here on Talk Radio 1210. Greg, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom, thanks for having me.
Well, as I said, you're the man of the hour. Every time we have Scott Presler on, he talks about all the things that you've done that really is juicing up voter registration and the psychology of this and just the realism of it with active voters. They're really, in the end, what count. If we go into an election cycle and Pennsylvania is red, that's huge news.
Well, and look, Scott Presler deserves a lot of credit. He's been just on this for years now, and I was an early supporter of him, and I'm just happy to be teaming up with him. But look, we realized that there is a trend. Some of it certainly organic. A lot of it is because of Donald Trump, but a lot of it is also self-inflicted on the Democrats. I mean, they are just you can see their popularity is just because they become so woke, and they're right. They're rooting against America now, and their party has just gone so far to the left that it's allowed us to be the party of which we've always been, the common sense, reasonable party, and people are realizing that. So they're coming back to the Republican Party. This is the first time, though, in my lifetime, we're going to have more Republicans registered to vote than Democrats in Pennsylvania, and that's exciting. And so a lot of people can take credit for it. I'm happy to give credit to anybody. They really say success has many fathers, right?
Well, I'm already planning the party when this happens, because when Presler counted down with us, Greg, about Bucks County, for example, it was like the daily number. People wanted to know the number. I don't know if they were playing it. So every Monday he comes on. What's the number now? What's the number in Bucks County? How can we do some red shenanigans out there?
It's 53,303 right now. So,
wow,
that's down from 93,000 when we started our contest in June.
Right,
and we've got 67 county parties out there working, 380 state committee members, all these county committee people, lots of grassroots activists, all out there registering their neighbors and their friends and their coworkers, people they go to church with. I mean, there's still a lot of people that should be Republican that aren't yet. And in Pennsylvania, we want to get all of them by the end of the year.
Absolutely. Stacey Garrity gave the first interview after she announced on Twitter on Monday here, and we talked about this, and it was inspirational but also relief. I'm relieved that she jumped into the ring. So you are relieving, too, in that the process, it's going to be early on, of the endorsement, not what we had the last time, sadly. Tell us what's going to happen.
Yeah, so in 2024, the party endorsed Dave McCormick in the fall, the same period of time. We wanted to give him a head start because we knew beating Senator Casey was not going to be easy. And I think Stacey, our treasurer, understands too that we need to be united and get behind a candidate. In this case, I believe the best candidate, Stacey Garrity, who's a veteran, combat veteran, three different deployments, was involved in a corporate business, private sector business, ran, successfully, and has been an outstanding treasurer and the number one vote getter in the history of Pennsylvania. And, any party, any gender, she got more votes than Josh Shapiro. But we want to give her a head start, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's how Dave McCormick ended up beating Bob Casey, and that was a bigger upset than us beating Josh Shapiro in the fall. I mean, that's
so you believe, Greg, the party will endorse her?
I think so. I mean, I have talked to many of the state committee members. I think Stacey is beloved by the party leaders, and the state committee members that get the endorsement. But I think they will. I mean, she's got to work for it in the next 30 days, but she's already doing that, and she's been working for it for the last 6 years. So,
well, without a doubt. I wanted to talk about something. We're joined at the hip, and we commended you for something else. And Linda Kearns, on the one side, we call her the Secretary of Defense. Presler, on the other side, the Secretary of Offense, with all kinds of ways that people could have assurance about mail-in ballots. I mean, I'm in the camp that says President Trump threatening the executive order, let's get rid of this. It's a state-level decision, and rightfully so, the infrastructure of voting. And I just don't want us to backslide, because if we don't do mail-in, and Presler and I, Greg, talk about this, for example, get a mail-in ballot, you can spoil it on Election Day if you then show up. Or show up like our listeners did in Bucks County, and it caused a lot of inspiration. They went to the election offices, and they handed in their mail-in ballot there,
That's
so
right.
to speak. So if that's the way you want to do it, all good. But backsliding on mail-in balloting is not the way to go. We have to win if we're going to rid ourselves of it ultimately.
well, that's right. We have to play by the rules. We have to play by, play the hand we've been dealt. What I did in the last two elections, both in the primary in 25 and back in 24 in the general, is 2 weeks before the election, I went to my county election board, and I actually had to show my driver's license, my real ID. They handed me a ballot. I went out to my truck, I filled it out, and I was able to hand it in and know that so early voting, which, ironically, the Department of State said, well, there's no such thing as early voting. I said, well, my 7-year-old knows when I wake her up before she's supposed to normally get up, it's early. And the governor did the same thing. Shapiro voted 2 weeks early, too. So we do have early voting. There's some counties in the Southeast that didn't want to let people stay in line. And thankfully, we had some patriots down there like Val who, stood in line and said, you get to stand in line. And so we need to promote that. But, we want people to show up on Election Day and vote. I mean, I was always the first person in line to vote. I love voting in person, right? It's like our Super Bowl. But on the other hand, why not vote by mail, bank those votes? The earlier you vote, we can concentrate on those low propensity voters and get them out too. And, we want to use all the methods we have to win elections and not have our hands tied behind our backs like we've done with mail-in voting. So
yeah, exactly. We have the best here, but you there, the infrastructure, Presler and Kearns. Wanted to talk, if you could put on your other hat with the PIAA. We talked about this before. At the college level, Penn was a real good example of Trump's suasion on Leah Thomas, even giving the rightful owners of those records, like Paula Scanlon and the other women, giving those records back that they deserve, not Leah Thomas. But at the high school level, Greg, in our area, and we heard in various statewide events, Quakertown, we just had a federal one here with a young woman who ran cross country against what I think was a biological male. What's the status of that? What can PIAA do as kind of a ruling body in this whole? I know you don't want to be heavy-handed with the schools, or what do you think the Trump administration should do? There's compliance at the college level is what I'm saying, by and large. But at the high school level, nothing. Yeah.
Well, and because of Title IX and the colleges, and look, we have to give Penn credit. I mean, that when they reversed course and actually apologized and did what they were supposed to do, we need to recognize that. But we've got to protect our daughters. I've got 5 daughters, and I'm sort of in shock that Josh Shapiro has come out and thinks it's okay for boys to compete against girls in sports. And,
well, let me interrupt and ask you, isn't that a tell? You're a guy right on top of it, but where I sit, he's usually more subtle, nuanced, the chameleon all over the place. He's looking at the Iowa caucuses or the Democrat nomination, and he just couldn't resist moving away from both sides of this and jumped into the ring. I'm surprised.
That's how radical his base is, and he wants to be president.
Right.
I mean, he is way more focused on Pennsylvania Avenue than he is on Pennsylvania. But this is like 80% of the voters in Pennsylvania believe that men should not be competing in women's sports, and boys should not be competing against girls in girls sports. Like, we fought for that equality and they want to throw it out the window. But thankfully, we have a president that's going to stand up for our girls, and Josh Shapiro certainly won't. So we're looking at everything we can do from the PIAA. I mean, certainly they could be jeopardizing federal funds, which, most of our school districts still get money through the federal government, education dollars. So, but ultimately, this is about protecting those girls. And the fact that we could, the governor is willing to, say, no, it's okay. Boys can compete against girls. Like, it's illogical. And it just shows you, like you said, he's pandering to the radical left-wing woke base of his party so he can be president.
Greg Rothman, chair of the GOP in Pennsylvania with us. All right, SEPTA, the big story in the room. We're even hearing that, the SEPTA board and others, that there's stuff where, Shapiro and others might welcome a few days of pain. They think that's the way. If SEPTA cut stuff in the coming week, Greg, what are you seeing going on there? What's the play politically? Where are we?
It's so cynical, but I believe it, and it's a manufactured crisis. There was a House member, Brad Roy, who pointed out that the governor said there are 1 million riders of SEPTA every day. Well, there's 365 days in the year. They want $300 million. That's pretty much like 80 cents a rider a day. Just raise the fare, or, hey, how about stop the $50 or $100 million in fare jumpers that aren't paying, which is SEPTA's estimate, 50 million don't pay, or 50 million in lost fares. How about, cleaning up the system and prosecuting people killing the drivers or assaulting the passengers? All those things would help with a dwindling ridership, and that's part of the problem too. I mean, you can't have a business that relies on a declining customer base because they don't feel safe. But we did in the Senate, thanks to Senator Joe Picozzi, we came up with a solution. We found out that they've got about $2.5 billion. It's growing, and just in the last 5 years has grown by $2 billion that they're not spending. And we said, hey, we'll allow you to spend it, because they said, well, we can't spend it on operations. So we are allowing SEPTA to spend the money they have in reserves for operations. And that was all Joe Picozzi. And Joe Picozzi got a lot of conservative Republicans from around the state to vote to bail out SEPTA and help SEPTA. And he should be getting credit for that.
Absolutely.
But this is absolutely a manufactured crisis.
So what do you predict they want us to see? Am I right that we might be seeing them want to ratchet things up? You're going to see kids going back to school, cutting services and all that. You think that's in the playbook to then drive people even more insane here with SEPTA?
It is. I showed up I had to sit through not one but two back to school for my elementary school kids last year presentations, because one was going to first grade and one was going to fourth grade. And they said, we've had to cancel field trips this year, field trips to our state capital because of state budget cuts. And I voted for $500 million more in basic education funding. What budget cuts are we talking about?
Yeah, what answer do you get there, funding? Greg, as a dad and somebody knowledgeable on this? What do they say when they put something out like that? God.
They want to punish. It's punitive. They want to punish people. And we deal with it with government all the time. Like one of the schools called me, hey, we don't have the budget completed yet. My kids aren't going to get textbooks. Now, wait a minute. What textbooks did they lose last year? Where 1% of your budget might be textbooks. You didn't miss any pay periods this summer. Like, you don't have textbooks a week before school starts, because that's not what it's about, Dom. It's a cynical, punish as many people as possible, make people feel like there's no waste. I mean, my goodness, SEPTA has 21 paid lobbyists. 21 paid lobbyists.
Well, but Greg, I remember
29 paid communications people.
And I told Governor Corbett this. The phony story here in Northeast Philadelphia, we don't have any money for toilet paper, so kids were begging and crying. And here they were actually selling on eBay and various places the excess toilet paper. I said, get a giant truck, pull up, and you start dispensing toilet paper to every kid that you can find. Give them so much to take home. Yeah, I mean, this is what you're reduced to doing with these people because the media is complicit in it.
It is, and they just want to create panic and pain.
Right.
And And there are lots of things that septic could do. I mean, I appreciate fast transportation. I think it's obviously public transportation is important in the Southeast. We want to get people to work. But at the same time, we've got a governor in Harrisburg where I'm based. We got workers that aren't coming back to work. They're still working from home 3 days a week.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, that would improve ridership too, getting people to actually go back to work. And hopefully, I would think that would lead to more productivity too. But this is for Josh Shapiro, everything's a lens of politics. It's about politics. And I think that's why someone like Stacey Garrity will beat him, because she's genuine. She's real. Her resume isn't puffed up or made up. And she actually believes in what she's talking about. She has core principles where I think, unfortunately, the governor would say or do anything it took to advance his political career.
Yeah, without a doubt. I had him on when he was just a representative, Greg, and I had
I don't think he finished that job either, right?
Yeah, I had a shootout with him, if you can imagine, at a charity auction at the Elmwood Zoo. So I have experience with what.
I think he should play him in basketball. That's what I want.
Yeah, Greg, start that going for charity. We'll do anything, and we'll meet him on his court wherever he wants. I'm ready to go.
Should do. It should be Josh and Austin Davis against you and Scott Pressler.
You know what? That has all the sound of. We got to start promoting that. Where do we find you, Greg? Maybe you'd be the referee. Just saying. Where do we find?
I would absolutely be the referee for that. But I'd be cheering for you guys.
Thank you.
PAGOP.org is our website. Please go there, sign up. We've got lots of information. We give out weekly updates, great press clippings. Pushing the Trump agenda and making sure the Democrats are being held accountable throughout the Commonwealth.
Doing a great job, Greg. Please
for your
regular.
Listeners who don't know, Pressler's 6'8", right?
Well, exactly right. And then there's the hair. All right, Greg. Thank you.
And then there's the hair.
Thank you. Thanks very much,
Tom.
Greg.
God bless you.
All right, for the record, Dan, he's 6'5". He's not a Borowski. I was promised a Presler here, 6'5".
You're kind of.
You know what? Can we set that? And that would be great. Austin Davis and jump shooting Josh Shapiro. I don't know. Presser doesn't strike me as too much basketball I see there. We have to ask him the next time he's on.
Well, just post him up.
Yeah, that's right.
Scott, get some boards.
Yeah,
glass.
That's all my game, because Josh Shapiro is 5'0". I mean, I hate to be that blunt about it, so I don't see the jump shot. Josh, you're going to have to drive. You're not getting any jump shots off. All right, 855-839-1210. Great stuff from Greg Rothman today. You get on board. Coming up, the Congressperson McBride over in Delaware. She knows what Democrats ought to say about trans issues. We'll play that and take your calls on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk about Dr. Bentz, though. Let me tell you about my friend and also board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you great news that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability, and that's what everybody wants for great dental care, with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, or if you're a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. That's Dr. Bentz. He lives for stuff like that. I've been going to Dr. Bentz for well over 10 years, happy with all the progress that I made around my dental care and oral health. The bottom line is this. Get on the road to great dental care and that great smile that you've always wanted. Call today, right now, and schedule that initial appointment. At least get the evaluation. 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the two greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Dan on Twitter, my Twitter, Newman Price outdid himself. He has me in the brand new American Gravy jeans jogging.
You made the spot.
Giordache rather than Jordache denim joggers by Dom Giordano. Just look at that hair. Just look at those jeans. My God, I could go out and get a pair right now.
Are you running in a pair of Jordaches?
Yes, and I like how he's slimmed me down a little bit. I like how he's got the head there in some uncomfortable position.
Where is this? On Twitter?
Yeah, on Twitter at his handle, and also I'm going to repost it on mine. Yeah.
I like your neck tattoo, too, there, Dom.
Is there a neck tattoo?
Oh, yeah. He's got a chest tattoo, yeah.
Oh, boys. How about a little chest hair there coming out? Come on, Newman. And how about a chain?
I think this is actually a picture of someone running away from a crime.
It might be a criminal.
It's the only time you actually want to run in jeans is when you're running from the police.
Exactly. All right. Coming up, we're going to talk with the president of the Senate in Pennsylvania, Kim Ward. She and other females have been some of the biggest supporters coming out now in this race with Stacey Garrity. But she is a key player when it comes to SEPTA and what's going to happen. All that next. And Dom's Money Melody, big 2 o'clock hour. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Orosine totally free.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text SWITCH to 323232. That's SWITCH to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
It is Dom time. Of course, we'll have Dom's Money Melody. I'm going to play you Congressperson McBride from Delaware on how Democrats ought to handle the whole trans issue. J.D. Vance in Hegseth visiting the National Guard in Union Station, people screaming about couches and J.D. Vance. There's that. And RFK Jr. takes off the gloves with the pediatricians group, exposing transparency, how much they get from outfits like Pfizer and others. All right, first of all, though, let me go to Robert in Bensalem And then we'll talk with Kim Ward, Senate President pro tempore from Harrisburg here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, good afternoon.
Hi, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today.
Hey, do you feel listening to this like it's been just a wave that's come over me today with Dan and Henry? Wow.
I got to tell you, particularly when you were on the phone with Joe from Columbus, that was great radio. And bottom line, that was great radio.
Thank you, Robert. Thanks.
I was listening to Shapiro last night and his opposition to Trump, and it's all based in his concern for the Constitution. So naturally I responded because it drove me nuts. But the Pennsylvania Constitution specifically says that you can't make any changes to the election law unless you use the amendment process. You cannot do it by statute. Those exact words are there, but they did it anyway.
In 2020, right.
And 3 of the judges that said that was okay are up for retention this year.
Right.
And if we could take them out, that would be a shot across Shapiro's bow that no poll will ever do. That will put him into panic mode. We've got to get out.
What's a moment of triumph for you?
For me, it is the movie Patriot, and it was kind of a trifecta because at the end of the movie, he killed a guy who killed his sons. He won that battle, and America won the war. So it was a perfect victory all across the board for him. It was a great movie, and today is a great show. You guys have a good one, Dom.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, the Patriot, people cheered in movie theaters. All right, Kim Ward is ready to go. We have with us, Senate President pro tempore Kim Ward, who is a real driving force. Every time we have her on, we learn a little bit more about it. We'll talk Stacey Garrity, but also what's going to happen with SEPTA. Let's go to Kim Ward. President, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you so much. Busy time for joining us.
Oh, it is a busy time, but I'm always happy to join you.
Well, thank you. And look, I can't tell you the word I would use. It was inspired the other day. Stacey Garrity gave us the first interview after the announcement, but it was the word relief. That we're actually going to see someone with this background, and a female, even though she doesn't emphasize that, take on a guy who I have been pushing back against since he was his first year in the House. So tell us, particularly with a lot of women legislators, the importance of Garrity and this race.
So the woman issue aside, Stacey Garrity is just this is going to be a great race. She's a wonderful candidate, and I have worked closely with her on some big issues, and she fights. She gets the answers, and that's what we need in a governor. We need accountability. We need answers. We need somebody who will fight for us and not just talk about it because they're looking at their next office, but to actually fight for Pennsylvania. And, she comes from an area that they're strong. It's not the city, and nothing against the cities, of course, but I think she brings a whole different attitude to the table than we've seen. Actually, probably we've had Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, so I think this is going to be a great race, and she is, from the bottom of my heart, not because she's in the governor race. I loved her before. She is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I hope the people of Pennsylvania recognize that and consider giving her a vote.
Absolutely. We just got to get her here, a little bit more name recognition. With our listeners, she's gold, but we want to get it out there. And it's important finally, too, to see someone with that level of military experience. It used to be for president, something like a governor. You would see many times on either side, mainly Republican, an Eisenhower, a Petraeus, people like this that I've interviewed. It's good to see someone who had that record in Iraq in a really tough situation.
Where what did they call her, Angel of the Desert?
Yes.
She was, she's compassionate, smart, hardworking. I don't know how else to describe her, but, I would pick her for a best friend. If I'm going to be in a foxhole, I want Stacey Garrity with me in that foxhole.
That means a lot, given your ability to flex your muscle in Harrisburg for the right reasons, particularly with Shapiro. So President SEPTA here in Philadelphia is white hot. Greg Rothman, the GOP chair, was on. And after we talked about a number of things, including Stacy, he said he believes that there's a movement here, Shapiro, maybe some others, they wouldn't mind seeing some pain out there this week rather than settling this. And I know there's a board meeting on the 28th coming up. So all that's in play here in Philadelphia. What are your thoughts?
So I don't disagree with Senator Rothman. That could be one of their plays. They think they're going to inflict pain and take the Senate. They're playing politics, but they do so at their own peril. They're not going to knock out Frank Ferry. They're not going to knock out Tracy Pennycook. And Joe Picozzi is 3.5 years away. These are their riders. These are their children in Philadelphia. The legislators from Philadelphia City, these are their children that they are making sure don't have transportation to school. And as for SEPTA, where are they? Have you heard a peep out of any of the board members? I mean, guys, This is your job. This is your responsibility. It comes back on you. Why haven't we heard from you? They're not the ones out there screaming, shut down, shut down, shut down. It's the Democratic House. Who we sent them a bill, they could have immediate relief. They don't even need the bill. Governor Shapiro could right now, because that Mass Transit Trust Fund is held in PennDOT, he could right now release some money to get through the crisis until we come up with more of what the Democrats want, which is a constant stream of revenue, right? So we're not going to do it. You know, the Dem House keeps yelling, oh, we sent you 5 bills. Every single one of those bills were dead on arrival because they would have ended up in a tax increase for Pennsylvanians. It would have ended up in a tax increase. We need a bill that doesn't burden everybody in Pennsylvania to take care of mass transit and roads and bridges. So, you know, we have gaming opportunities here. Why haven't they brought that to the table? I don't understand. It just seems like, you know, we're giving them a way to avert what they call is going to be a tsunami. We're giving a way to avert it. And they're saying, no, thank you. We don't want the money. It's like a kid digging in their heels and saying, I don't want one lollipop. I want the whole bag of lollipops. So, you know, this is for them to do this. They do so at their own peril.
And let me say from where I sit here, you mentioned the SEPTA board. We'd put them on in the heartbeat. Ken Lawrence asked to come on out of the blue. I don't know, it was a few months ago. It was great. Told us about fare evasion. He was going to crack down. He also seemed to verify, President, that it was $50 million a year plus. That can't go on. The average person listening going, no, you got to stop that. And you are the guys, you're one of the key players that are going to say, you got to put a stop to that. If we're going to give you dedicated funds, we're not going to be taking advantage. But the SEPTA board members, we'd be thrilled to put them on. I think the rest of the media would. Why? There's not one that I see out there. How could that be? They're the critical players here, too.
Yeah, you know, this does fall also on their shoulders as well as the mayor of Philadelphia's shoulders. You would think they would have something to say. Did they support using that as a short-term solution? The trust fund, which incidentally is meant for capital projects as well as operational expenses, which is what this is. So we got the list from them of what the projects are, and they're still over $1 billion. It's just sitting there. This is an easy fix, short-term, an easy fix until we can find that dedicated source of revenue. I don't understand. It's they want to fight. They picked a fight. Okay, but we sent you a bill that will work, that will stop whatever you're threatening to do out there. It will stop those, lines from being discontinued, and it'll get our babies to school. But instead of sending back a compromise bill, they deep-sixed it. They killed the bill. So as far as I'm concerned, as of right now, you know, you guys send us something that you think will work that doesn't raise the taxes of Pennsylvanians. The last time we addressed this problem, Pennsylvania got a gas tax increase. Now, with the bills that they're sending, we will look at a sales tax increase because they want to take a bigger bite of the sales tax and put it toward mass transit. Oh, just great. So what happens to the hole we create? In case they forget, they're saying, well, we had more sales taxes last year. We also have a $2 billion more bill, higher bill for Medicaid. We don't have the money for all this. You know, the governor puts out that budget in February, $4.8 billion more than we have. He didn't even include the $2 billion that we're on the hook for Medicaid, more, the additional $2 billion. He didn't. He didn't. I don't think he put our the universities in it, but he used revenue that doesn't exist, as you know. He used recreational marijuana revenue that doesn't exist.
And Senator, too, I remember the gas tax, and a lot of the Republicans lost their seat, and rightfully so, on that. There's pressure on them. We understand that, but you're right. You go taxing people again, they're not going to accept it until SEPTA comes across that people like you and Bokosi, who's been on this, say, all right, they're credibly run now. We need to cut down on fare evasion. We need a special prosecutor. It has to be cleaner. Where are those actions to do that, to draw more riders? And then that way, they're going to be more self-sufficient.
In some of those routes, I got the routes, the 10 worst and the 10 best routes a few weeks ago. I asked SEPTA. They sent them to me, no problem. The worst route, this is the one that sticks in my head. They have 1.5 riders per day, and it costs $101 for each ride. Like,
what?
Okay.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, no, I have that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, why are we running that? What are we doing? So, you know, I think that they can play politics with this. It's not going to give them control of the Senate. Joe Bokosi's not going to lose because of this in 3.5 years. But they are the folks that are holding the bag for the cuts and the babies not being able to go to school. The Democrats in the House hold the bag.
Absolutely. Wanted to ask you one more area. I know, and at some point, once all this is over, we're going to have more time. School choice and various issues like that. I know, speaking to people, you guys are trying to at least incrementally move forward with this. The governor made a big spectacle a while ago, a year or two ago, whatever it was, and then chickened out in the end. What can you tell us is going on, if anything, with that?
So we are continuing to try to get some form of school choice started here, especially for the poor kids in the failing schools. You know, you almost feel like what Representative Topper said, we're going to put them on the SEPTA bus and send them to a failing school.
Yep.
And we keep trying. In Bradford, Representative Bradford says, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. In Bradford, you know, in the end, even no matter what the governor says, and the governor knows this, it doesn't matter what he says. If Matt Bradford says no, it's much harder to get done.
You made that point before, and I talked to a lot of people behind the scenes. He used to come on with me, and we duked it out. What's the power of this guy from Montgomery County, Matt Bradford, to take on a sitting governor who wants to be president, has national profile? How does this guy do it? What is it?
Well, the governor doesn't stand up. He doesn't use his powers as a governor.
Right.
He doesn't want to make anybody mad because he wants everybody to love him. And he doesn't lead. He doesn't lead. Could you see this happening with Ed Rendell?
No.
Could you see
no way.
a Democratic House leader screwing over Ed Rendell? Absolutely. That wouldn't happen. Right? I remember Governor Wolf got mad at the House. Well, he was a governor, and he calls me one day. He said, I'm taking their grants. You can have them. You don't, I mean, it happened. So this governor, forget about it. Like, he has a real problem with leading, right? You heard him say time and time again, well, you guys figure it out and I'll sign the bill. That's not being a leader. You hear him say time and time again, oh, I'm working the phones. I'm trying to get a consensus. What is that? Say something. He could right now, I'm going to go back a little bit, right now, and yes, he would make all of those Democrats mad, but he could right now release money up to the SEPTA deadline. He could just do it out of PennDOT, out of the Mass Transit Trust Fund. He could do it. He didn't think twice about taking $153 million out of the future road and bridge projects and giving it to Philadelphia last year. He didn't think twice about it. And that fund wasn't meant for that. This fund is meant for that. It is meant for that, but he's not doing it. And when he was asked the question in Philadelphia 2 weeks ago at that Sunday press conference, he skirted the answer. So I don't think he said no yet, but he hasn't said yes. Maybe he's going to fly in like Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse, or what was his name, Mighty Mouse, and save the day. Here I come to save the day. Yeah.
Absolutely. We have to get you here in Philadelphia. You promised you're going to come sometime. We have to meet you in studio. Today, you're really on fire. Please keep us in the loop as this continues. And again, thank you for always being there. And anytime, we're all set.
Okay.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you, President.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
All right, Dan, that's some of you doing behind the scenes today was Unfiltered, Mighty Mouse, Governor Shapiro. The money is there. She's right. And the whole idea of where is this SEPTA board? What they're going to do is they're telling us, these poor children, you're going to see the stories all this coming week. Starting on, well, I don't know if Philadelphia's back. We have to look at on Monday or whenever they are. You're going to see it. Let's make the pain. Where's the SEPTA board? What do they have to say about it? That was really exactly what's going on. All right, more calls coming up, but right now it is time for...
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That is right. We're playing Money Melody, and we're playing for a TBA award. Is that like a...
No, it's a $50 gift card again.
It's a $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. Is it metrodiner.com?
Yes.
Metro, great food all the time, and $50 goes a long way there. I've been there several times. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So in the movie 8 Mile,
right.
B. Rabbit emerges...
Wait a minute. Is 8 Mile at the Great M&M?
Yes.
Oh.
Did you say the Great M&M?
Of course.
Wow, I didn't know you had
the
such
music,
a high regard for him.
Well, look, there's elements that I don't have for M&M, but capturing the music, the moment, that moment, putting it on the line, he has done it better than anybody.
That's two sentences.
Yes, that doesn't matter to me. That's the
all,
guy.
that's all it takes to win over
the great M&M is right on with that, no doubt.
All right, so today, the side question, we're asking for all-time TV or
Yes.
movies that show a very triumphant moment. And in the movie 8 Mile, when B. Rabbit finally can do rap battles against Papa Doc and his posse.
After shooting himself, right?
After multiple stages or attempts on stage where he chokes and he has to leave the stage. He finally gets to Papa Doc, beats him in a rap battle, and when the movie's over, is played out by Eminem's signature track, Lose Yourself.
Time favorite.
That's it.
Yeah, I am going to play...
The music, the moment.
I'll be jogging in those jeans with Lou. That's on my playlist for jean jogging.
Will Mom's Spaghetti end up on the sweater already?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to play a song that samples Lose Yourself. I want to know the country of origin in which this song is from. Some notes about this country. Dom, you tried pronouncing this country on yesterday's show.
Thank you very much for that.
And,
we had to bleep that.
And you butchered it a little bit.
Yeah,
so anyone who's listening yesterday real closely, they might already know the answer. But I will say this is a former Soviet Union country. It is a landlocked country, and I'd say its most famous person is a world champion boxer with an alliterative name. So I'm going to play you this song. I want to know the country of origin in which Lose Yourself is sampled here.
Yes.
It's good, right?
These guys are good. Yes.
I'm really digging it.
This is a great cover.
So we want to know what country this comes from, Henry?
Yes. What landlocked former Soviet Union country does this song come from?
I like
that
that.
I perfectly recognized yesterday.
Yes,
That's right.
you pronounced it perfectly there.
Yes,
Dom.
exactly.
Didn't have to bleep.
All right, 855-839-1210. You got to get that one. $50 gift card to Metro Diner. The music, the moment. Jump in right now, and we'll declare a winner.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, that's right. Here's the clue, and this combines cover songs, what I said yesterday, and today's side question, Triumph, and the great Eminem. Let's hear it. All right, so we're looking for the country of origin here.
Correct.
Let's go to Lisa. All right, Lisa, where's this coming from?
Would it be Budapest?
You were a little too smart, Lisa. Yeah, you took the thing I told you, have Buddha on one side and pesto on the other, and how I knew I hadn't messed up my brain if I got hit and remembered Buddha, pest. No, this was before it. A little bit of a pronunciation faux pas. Got kind of wound up. Dave in Franconia. All right, Dave, what's the country?
I'm thinking it's Kyrgyzstan.
Close.
It's one of the stands,
it is
maybe.
a stand.
It is a stand. Kevin in Bucks, what's the stand?
Okay, it's Kazakhstan.
Yeah!
All right, what's that pronunciation again, Kevin?
I get a shout out to the Kirko band, please.
Gotcha. Put you on hold. Enjoy the Metro Diner. Great food. $50 gift card really goes far there. All right, before our special guest coming up, we're going back to school. Here is Representative, the Congresswoman, after her Wawa tour with the Golden Twins of the Dean of Decency and Mary Gay Scanlon, Congressperson, I'll keep saying that, McBride, she tells us what Democrats got wrong. Here's how to address the trans issue. Since she is a trans person, here's the magic way to go about doing this. Here's what she said.
We need to make it clear that we reject an absolute purity politics that says there's no room for voters who aren't with us on everything. But we have to be able to respond. And I will say, I think that one of the reasons why I think the sense that I have gotten from some Democrats as I talk to them, that you often see silence from Democrats in response to these attacks is because, to your point, they don't know how to respond, not because they don't know what they believe or how they feel, but because they feel like there is no way to respond in a way that doesn't result in everyone yelling at them.
Yes.
All right. What's the magic response? Let's hear it. You got nothing. All right. There is no way to respond to this. Keep it up. Keep it up. Their response seems to be, well, it's rare. People don't care. Its response to be, Dom, why do you keep bringing this up? I keep on bringing it up because it is a civil rights issue, because it's wrong. And guess what? Politically, it's gold. That's why we keep on bringing it up. And no amount of dodging and crafting and all this stuff with this representative from Delaware is going to move the ball. Put it out. Give us the playbook about what to do. All right, coming up, your calls. We got to get a winner today. Get your name into the hat for tomorrow. This is a great side question. I love what I'm getting on Twitter. I know some people gearing up to come in. Film or TV or radio, film or TV, that moment of triumph. Earl's got a great one, I think. I sense it. In addition to that, we're going to talk, we love the Commonwealth Foundation, and they have a story out as we head back to school about these dangerous schools, not just Philadelphia, not just Norristown, in the suburbs. And we'll ask them what else they have, too, as we start to see the gear up back to school. SEPTA, the story, Kim Ward kept on saying, the Democrats saying our babies can't get on the buses. That's straight ahead. And RFK Jr., I'll play you his response or tell you his response to Big Pharma and the pediatrician saying that even very, very young kids have to get vaccinated against COVID. All straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, back to school. A lot of stories, a lot of storylines. SEPTA, one of them, Dom Giordano show. We, over the years, love the Commonwealth Foundation. They have great people that actually are charting what government does, things like schools. Rachel Langen is the Senior Education Policy Analyst at the Commonwealth Foundation, an extensive report she put out. And the thing I starred in this, these persistently dangerous schools. And you think immediately some schools in Philadelphia, Harrisburg, probably Norristown. There are many others in the suburbs. The key is the schools should be included on the number of violent incidents rather than the number of arrests. Isn't that really the bottom line? Let's go to Rachel here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Rachel, this report is incredibly extensive as we head back to school. And one of the takeaways, of course, is why do that? Why go with the violent incidents versus the arrest?
Excellent question. It's a nuance between what is an incident versus what is an arrest. So Pennsylvania calculates school violence based only on arrests rather than on an incident. And when we're looking at incidents, we're talking about things like simple assault, aggravated assault, sexual assault, rape, weapons possession, arson, bomb threats, etc. So serious crimes is what is considered an incident. But Pennsylvania only has to count a school or an incident as violent if the incident results in an arrest. So if you look at the state data, you will see districts with sometimes thousands of incidences, but they will have only a handful of arrests. So they're able to fly under the radar and avoid being labeled as persistently dangerous because they're only looking at the arrest. And this encourages districts to underreport and also to turn a blind eye to violence.
Absolutely. And as I said many times here, you think of the usual, where I am in Philadelphia, maybe Harrisburg, Norristown. I don't know about Reading. But you talk about suburban Philadelphia and other places in the state. Tell us about suburban schools, how in the world could they be labeled persistently dangerous?
Well, there is plenty of data out there. Every school district is required to report their incidences and their arrests to the Pennsylvania Department of Ed. So you can go through our report on our website. There is a link to the state reports where you can look at each school district. You can see the number of incidences, the number of arrests. You can see the types of incidences. And one thing that is really interesting to me is you can also see the number of perpetrators. And there's usually a large number of incidents and a small number of perpetrators.
Exactly.
Which means it's the same kids over and over who are engaging in this behavior.
Yeah, and here's a couple of stats. In the school district of Philadelphia, I happen to think this is on the low side. In my experience, I was a former teacher. 70.5% of schools qualify as persistently dangerous, and the percentage rises to 71.4% when weighed to enrollment. But the Pittsburgh Public School District, 83.8% schools qualify as persistently dangerous, and the percentage rises to 89.1% when weighed on enrollment. What the heck is going on in Pittsburgh?
That is a great question. I don't know. But something's going on. And it has caught the attention of the U.S. Department of Education because they sent a directive out to all states in May saying you need to look at your persistently dangerous schools. You need to look at how you're defining it. And you need to consider changing the definition to include arrests include incidences instead of just arrests. Look at community safety data when you're trying to determine violence, because if a kid is not safe on their way to school, they're not really safe at school either.
No, exactly right. So, Rachel, give us what's the I mean, this report for listeners, what you guys do, the Commonwealth Foundation, is irrefutable as far as digging out more data than anything I've ever seen. And it's irrefutable, my experience and yours in doing this, that this is essentially the schools being allowed to cover a lot of this up. What's the remedy now? What should be done here? And what kind of reaction are you getting?
Well, I need to give a shout out to Professor Robert Strauss from the Carnegie Mellon University, because he did a 24-year longitudinal study on school violence, and we used his report as our inspiration for getting started with this. So I'm very grateful that he did a lot of the data collection. So the remedy, I would say it's twofold. One, it's just for states to start following the law. The state and federal law both say if a student is attending a dangerous school, they are by law entitled to attend a safe school either within their own district or a neighboring district. That is not happening. So if the district says we don't have any unsafe schools, they don't have to provide a safe school alternative. So have districts start to follow that. Like, get those kids out of the dangerous schools. That's number one priority, is the student safety. I'd say second priority, which kind of falls outside of what the Commonwealth Foundation does, we're more based on policy, but I think there does need to be a community component where schools and communities work together to ensure student safety, because clearly schools are not able to handle this on their own. And the problems are stemming probably a lot when the kids are at home and then bringing violence into schools, either from their community or their neighborhood. So working together as a community to help stop the violence.
Where do we find your report, Rachel, and where do we find Commonwealth Foundation?
So commonwealthfoundation.org. And if you go to our website, you will see the Persistently Dangerous Schools report. You can also Google Persistently Dangerous Schools Commonwealth, and you will get the report there.
Rachel, thank you very much. As always, we love having Commonwealth on. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Rachel Langan here on Talk Radio 1210. And again, you can. I'm not going to go through all the suburban schools, but the violence level, persistently dangerous. You know what? Remember, we still haven't gotten over that Stanley Cup thing. That's Stanley, the mug that the kid just bashes the other kid, blood gushing. That school district. And the kids are made to stay there at lunch. Dawn did a lot with it, too. I don't know if it was North Penn related to that. This stuff goes on constantly, not just in, Pittsburgh, though, 89%, persistently dangerous. All right, we got the side question going on. We'll have the lightning round shortly. One quick thing. You know that RFK Jr., and this is unprecedented, is sparring with the American Academy of Pediatrics. So he put out on Twitter, there is a screenshot from the American Academy of Pediatrics webpage thanking the organization's top corporate donors. These 4 companies make virtually every vaccine on the CDC recommended childhood vaccine schedule. AAP is angry that CDC has eliminated corporate influence in decisions over vaccine recommendations and returned CDC to gold standard science, evidence-based medicine, rather laser focus on children's health. AAP today released its own list of corporate-friendly vaccine recommendations. The Trump administration believes in free speech. They have a right to do that. But Americans might ask whether the AAP's recommendations reflect public health interest or pay to play. And he mentions Moderna and he mentions Pfizer here. Now, look, I understand. I'm the guy that said that, the drug ads on TV, there are some maybe you want to pick off, but this is how people get information. I don't think they should be banned. But you should know, and we should know, and RFK Jr. is doing a good job on this, of the corporate interests that are funding outfits like the American Academy of Pediatrics. So if your grandkid or your kids, they're going to a pediatrician, that's a question you can feel free to ask. The bone of contention now is the argument of the pediatricians group is if that kid is at these very young ages and gets COVID, they're going to go to the hospital, or numbers are. That's why we think they ought to be vaccinated. Now, we've been through this before on the higher end with kids, males, that were 16, 17, 18, and myocarditis, et cetera, and the sense that they're healthy enough to withstand this versus the possibility of vaccine injury. Now we're down at the lower end is where people are duking this out. It's unprecedented. The CDC and this pediatrician group have not differed on something this major, possibly in the last 30 or 40 years. So this is going to be quite a battle here. And again, they have some really heavy players that help their organization to do all kinds of things. The money seems to be endless here. All right, the lightning round's next. This is a real good one today. Coming off the Rocky statue yesterday, we have too many of them. The Inquirer saying that. And we don't like Stallone. He's with Trump. That moment of triumph, kind of like Rocky. It could be in a film. It could be in a TV show. Hit us with that. We want to get a winner here at 855-839-1210.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Hit us with your best shot. Moment of triumph is what we're looking for. Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, what's yours?
Real quick, Dom, it's not surprising that Spain didn't show up the other day. Spain was neutral in World War II. Now, granted, Franco had close ties to Hitler and Mussolini, and they just had a civil war, so that might have taken into account. But I was in Spain in 85 and 87, and there were posters all over the place about keeping Spain out of NATO. So NATO is not entirely, very popular in Spain. So Spain is kind of an outlier when it comes to the other European nations.
Yeah, well, we made that point exactly, Earl. What's your answer today?
My answer today is I'm going to play up to the judges, is from Cool Hand Luke. Luke thinks that Dragline's a bully. Dragline thinks that Luke is just a slacker, and they decide to duke it out in the yard. And George Kennedy is bigger and stronger than Paul Newman, and he's just beating the crap out of him. And every time he goes and he hits Luke, he knocks him down, and Luke gets back up slower and slower every time to the point where Luke can't even stand anymore. He's been beaten into the dirt. And Dragline finally decides, this man is worth my respect. He picks Luke up and takes him into the bunkhouse so that he can recuperate in his bunk.
All right, that is good. I thought it's when he eats the 50 hard-boiled eggs.
That's triumphant.
You run once, yeah. Chef Dave in Oakland. Hey, Chef, what's yours today?
Mine is Joyeux Noel.
Okay.
The German movie about the 1914 Christmas truce during World War I. This famous opera singer starts singing Silent Night. The French start humming, and the Scottish start playing bagpipes. Then they walk across no man's land. They start talking, shaking hands, exchanging gifts, and they play soccer. They say a mass, and the next day they go back killing each other.
That's a good one, except for the soccer, but we'll put that aside here. Jerry in Wilmington on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Jerry, what's yours?
Hi, my moment of triumph is, believe it or not, it's another court scene that's better than A Few Good Men. That's when the state of Mississippi were trying to hang my cousin Vinny's two cousins, and Marissa Tomei came up and says, no, it's not their tire tracks. It's not their Skylark Pontiac. It's a Pontiac Tempest. So it could not be the two cousins. And anyway, so Mississippi, they lost. They couldn't hang. They wanted to hang these two kids, and in the movie, everyone clapped. Yay, Marissa Tomei. really exciting.
Oh, yeah, she always is. The wrestler, Marissa Tomei and that, yeah. And Seinfeld, of course.
Of course.
What does a man so bald, so quirky? How are you now? Well, I'm kind of sort of engaged.
Don't.
Yeah. Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe. This ought to be right up your alley.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. In the Mel Gibson film, Passion of the Christ, the good thief experiences triumph when he is accorded redemption by Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews.
Yeah, that's a pretty good moment. We don't know whatever happened to the bad thief, but he missed out his opportunity. I still think one of the hottest things this week is Trump saying he wanted to go to heaven when he was on Fox. And, will this help him? It was good stuff. Bill in Monco, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Bill, what's the moment of triumph for you?
Hey, Dom, this is near and dear to me because I remember living through it. At the very end of Apollo 13, when the capsule's coming in and it goes past the 3 minutes of silence, and the look on everybody's face is that they lost him, and then Tom Hanks comes on. And I remember listening to that, and it was so well done, the looks on the faces of the people thinking that it was lost, and then you hear Tom Hanks. And they triumph through the entire, fiasco of, their capsule.
I like the walk, the footage of that when they're aboard the ship and they're, slow motion. They're coming in the walk in Apollo 13 of triumph that they were rescued. Out of that, one of the missions we remember. That's a good one. Bill in Bucks, Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Bill. What do you have today?
I got the TV series Breaking Bad. Walter White's transformation from a chemistry teacher to a drug lord. Mm-hmm. And one of the chilling lines that he said was, "I am the one who knocks," representing his triumph.
By the way, for fans of the show, the other day, they said that he just improvised that and did it louder, etc. He was supposed to be calm in doing it. Instead, he went off, and I think it made it one of the most memorable lines, without a doubt. And Don in Franconia. All right, Don, what's yours?
Yes, mine is the gentleman in baseball going back to 1970 that fought for free agency, and he is, in that 55-year period, he has increased the average salary in baseball 167 times over what it was in 1970. And his name was Kurt Flood.
Pretty good player, too, center fielder, reliable hitter. All right, Henry, what did you like here?
Yeah, I liked Chef Dave's answer of Joya Noel. I don't know. There's something about it that is kind of triumphant, coming together, even if it's just for a night and celebrating and then going right back to killing each other. And then I like Bill and Monco's answer of Apollo 13. Like, even though you know what happens, at the end of the movie, you really don't. You don't know if they're triumphant or not, even though they end up being triumphant.
Yeah, I like that answer, Bill and Monco. But, Dan, how about yours?
I got to say Joe of Columbus. Joe of Columbus with the real-life answer of the fall of the Berlin Wall. A little extra credit there for vamping while I got that clip ready.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go with Bill and Monco on this one today, since Henry and I have sort of agreement. Bill, your name goes into the hat. Friday, we'll have the winner. We'll have that $50 gift card, I think, to the Great Gallows up there on the boulevard. All right, Henry and I here tomorrow. Dan doing the morning show. So, maybe there'll be more footage of me jogging in jeans. Who knows? More audio of that. We need a lot more of that. Keep them coming on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Rich is next. And I still can't get over as we head back to school. I'm looking at the story of this guy, McDermott, a former district teacher over in Mayfair, who talks about the trailers. And they're going to tell us about SEPTA, and they're putting kids in trailers, Josh Shapiro. I wouldn't want to be in those trailer classrooms. Please don't refer to that as a service. Sticking kids in a trailer, it's not a service in the city and the students in school district. Putting kids into a trailer. Rich Cioli next, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Text and privacy policy and terms and conditions posted